56,000 words into writing a memoir about all of this and the culture of the early Fediverse, namely early Mastodon. It's called The Power of Friendship, my Mastodon microblog memoir. So yeah, the Great Vant Escape. Now let me tell you the story of how I escaped my abusive family and got up to Seattle in the first place, and then managed to build a beautiful new life for myself there over the years. The year was 2019. It was December 23rd, and I had just started hormone replacement therapy. The first step in a long and arduous mountain climb that is transition. So it was December 2019, right? And then COVID happened shortly after, relatively shortly after. I was working in fast food at the time and utterly miserable, and I had no choice but to move back in with my parents. Because I had asthma and COVID doesn't mix well with that, we were all just super concerned about it and stuff. So they had been growing increasingly abusive and confrontational about me being trans. At one point, they just went into my backpack and stole my medication, my hormones, and refused to give them back except a small amount to wean me off. That's crazy stuff, right? So I knew in that moment I had nothing left for me there. It had escalated past the point of no return, and I needed a way out. So I turned to Mastodon. I turned to the Fediverse, my only community at the time. I pleaded for a place to go and the means to get there, and it delivered so incredibly hard. I was contacted by a longtime mutual who offered me a spot on their couch. I was contacted by a private pilot with a small plane who offered to fly me wherever I needed to go. And in the span of a day, I went from needing a way out to having one. But there was a catch. The pilot was only rated for clear skies, so if we wanted to do it, it had to be that night. I packed what little of my life I could fit in a single pitiful backpack. That night I went through the motions, pretending to go to sleep, because my parents were like, they would freak out if they heard I was up past 10 p.m., even though I was like an adult and stuff. I had to literally just sit there with my eyes open for several hours, waiting and not actually doing anything. Then, around 3 a.m. or so, the escape plan was put into motion. I grabbed my bag, grabbed my boots, strolled out the front door, and made sure to get out of the neighborhood before putting my shoes on. Then, walked to the nearest store parking lot and called an Uber, and plot twist. This was during all the George Floyd stuff, so there was a curfew in my city. It's a miracle I didn't get busted for being out that night. And that also meant the closest Uber driver was 45 minutes away in another county. I had to wait a really long time. So much of this epic escape was just waiting and killing time. Then, driver arrived, took me to the airfield, then it was an even longer amount of time waiting for the pilot. And if you know anything about me, you know I'm ADHD, and waiting is pain. So this was nothing but pain. Then finally the pilot arrived and let me into the airfield, and when we took off, said, "Wave goodbye to your horrible family." This would be the end. This should be the end. But they have continued to stalk me intermittently over the years. It is annoying. Oh, and people still talk about it to this day as a huge important piece of Fediverse lore, because the whole thing was live posted by one of my friends who was acting as mission control for the whole thing, coordinating every party and keeping everyone updated. I used to always ignore people when they'd ask me about it. It wasn't until I wrote about the whole experience in my memoir that I was able to really come to process it and be okay discussing it. It was by far the scariest experience of my whole entire life, and I couldn't have done it without all the wonderful people who supported me through it all. Point number 2, it will be hard. The Fediverse isn't all sunshine and roses. It's full of real live human and non-human moderators working at scale to keep their users safe. Sometimes, a lot of the time actually, mods will disagree on the correct course of action to take. So, I just kind of existed in Seattle for a few years, and then 2023 happened. Now we're at FediPact. The anti-meta FediPact. The culture of the network has shaped me in huge ways, and also the reverse. I've shaped the culture of the Fediverse quite a bit. Partly by just having been a big account on there for so long, but also primarily through FediPact. What is FediPact? A pledge that Fediverse instance admins could sign, and can still sign, to signal they want to block Meta's threads from federating with their server. It has nearly 1,000 signatures as of writing. These represent the administrators of instances on the Fediverse who want nothing to do with Meta, or Facebook, or Instagram, or Threads, or whatever. None. They don't want corpo social media encroaching upon our epic little oasis of freedom amidst the corporate internet. FediPact has been featured on Wikipedia, and in various news articles and books and podcasts and academic papers and more. It is by far the thing I am most well known for, I would definitely say. I even got misgendered by the editor-in-chief of The Verge over it. And John Gruber called us an island of misfit loser zealots, and that just sounds cool, come on. Being well known for this is actually pretty cool to me. It's so neat having done something meaningful and worthwhile. It seems to have worked. Or at the very least, we've won the battle, if not the war. Meta has announced their Threads ActivityPub Fediverse integration is in maintenance mode, and they won't really be actively working on it anymore. But the fight isn't over yet. They still have a prominent, ominous place in the Social Web Foundation, where they might use their corrupting influence to lead the Fediverse astray. We must remain vigilant in face of this threat. Okay, so how did FediPact happen? It blew up at exactly the right time, basically. I happened to notice the former CEO of Mastodon. Oh, by the way, Mastodon plushie. I noticed the former CEO of Mastodon, Gargaron, and Dansep, the creator of PixelFed and Loops, chatting on the timeline, because I followed them both. The parent post was gone, but I still saw some of the replies, and that's when I realized they were talking about meeting with Meta under NDA, non-disclosure agreement. So I posted the post and linked the replies, and when those were inevitably deleted, someone managed to dig up a screenshot that was cached on their server. Behold, in all its glory, the post and reply that started an internet riot across the entirety of the Fediverse. The thing is on the right, the thing on the left is what I posted about it. People were so angry at Gargaron and Dansep for this, like the whole community was. They saw it as a betrayal. I know I did. Sure, non-disclosure agreements were standard practice in the world of big tech, but the Fediverse was anything what? Anything but. It was the antithesis to this in so many ways, and so the network was torn asunder, everyone arguing their opinions. Should we welcome our new overlords or revolt? And this was when I had the idea for FediPact, but I figured I'm not an instance admin, so there's nothing I can do, right? I was just on a server at the time. So I put the idea out there and expected someone else to take it and run with it. And a week later, nobody had. But somebody was posting asking if such a thing existed. I was like, yeah, I talked about that. It was my idea. And they were like, yeah, you should make that. Or like, that'd be a cool thing to have. So I decided, well, if nobody's going to do it, I'll do it myself. And so I did. I wasn't even an admin at the time, but I had, I don't know, the right whatever. And so I did. I set it up quickly in a flurry of hyperfocus. Of course, in the end, I would be proven correct. And so I posted, hate to say I told you so by the hives on the official FediPact account, Lamau. It wasn't even an instance admin. I wasn't even an instance admin, but I would be eventually. Okay, here we go. Part number 3. Point number 3. It's still worth it. Cyber Syndicate. One night in late 2023, I got home from a Christmas rave and was perusing available domains on Namecheap, and I noticed cyberpunk.lol was available. So on a whim, I purchased... Actually, no, that's not accurate. I didn't purchase it. I stayed up all night because Namecheap was having issues, and then I couldn't get it until like 6 a.m. I had already done a bit of research about hosting an instance previously, so I already knew the ideal managed hosting provider to work with and all that. It all just kind of fell into place beautifully, one piece at a time. The domain, while I was waiting for Namecheap to stop having issues, I wrote the code of conduct, the theme, the mascot, other mods and admins, and eventually running other related instances under the Cyber Syndicate banner, like cyberpunk.gay or seattle.pink. We run a whole bunch of them. I'd already been on Fedi for a good number of years before I decided I'd become an admin. I always told myself I would never, because it's so easy for people to hate you when you're in that role of moderating and making hard decisions and having the final say in a conflict. But after FediPact happened, I figured half the Fediverse hated me already, the ones who wanted to federate with Threads. So there was no point in holding back any longer. On the Cyber Syndicate, we have a team of 5 members. Me, the owner, 2 other admins who also do tech stuff, 2 mods who help us out with moderation. And yeah, when it started, it was just me for a while. It took a good while to get where we are today. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. The power of love and or friendship. I met my joyfriend and my best friend through the Fediverse. I gained an IRL social life through the Fediverse. I constantly get recognized from the Fediverse. Yeah, community is important. It will save you. It will be hard, but it's still worth it. Thank you for listening. I'm glad. I guess now we have question time. Anybody got any questions? It's cool if not. Okay, go.
Okay, so as things are transitioning and people are more conscious in the world about the problems with social media, and especially young folks, what do you, with your information and perspective on all this side of things that most is not part of that conversation in the broader world, where does that fit in? Like, you know, everybody sort of seems to be in just like, it's like binary yes or no social media for young folks. How do you engage with that whole topic?
So I was asked about social media, and we're supposed to repeat the questions into the mic, I think. And yeah, I don't know, we're kind of trying to build a space outside of the corporate internet. So we just kind of do our own thing. I don't think I really thought too much about that.
Well, I guess just as an example, like in Australia, there's news that they're saying age limit, like anybody under 16 can't use social media, period, as like a law. And obviously that would apply to the Fediverse, but it's complicated because it's not the same thing as the corporate media with their responsibilities and requirements. Like, do you have a position on this sort of thing of like, okay, well, what's bad is the corporate social media as opposed to what's bad is social media, or like, yeah, what's anything about that topic? I'm just curious what your reactions are.
I think social media can be done in more healthy ways than what's done on the corporate internet. And as far as like age gating and stuff, Mastodon, the Mastodon project, has formed like some sort of committee or something like that to talk about it and figure out if there's what they need to do, if anything at all. So yeah, it's kind of just up to the people who make Mastodon, I think. Anybody else?
Who do you use to host your hardware?
FediMonster.
As in, they're a provider for Fedis?
Yeah.
Or, okay.
It's a fedi.monster, the domain. Go.
Is that hosting for all of the instances?
No, that's just for cyberpunk.lol. We have a wonderful team of tech peeps who work on other instances. Cyberpunk.lol was the first, it's the biggest, it's our main, but the other ones are hosted elsewhere. Specifically in my wonderful Joyfriend's apartment.
There are so many Mastodon servers out there, and it seems like choosing one is partially an ethical choice. Do you have any suggestions on how to pick a Mastodon server if you're not ready to be an admin, you just want to be a user?
So I was asked about picking a Mastodon server. I would say if you know anybody on the Fediverse or have just like kind of seen any local instances, like we run Seattle.pink and we always invite people to that. But yeah, a great way to get people on Mastodon is to kind of just, instead of being like, yeah, join Mastodon, pick a server, is just kind of invite them to yours. So if you know anybody on there who could give you an invite to theirs and like vouch for the goodness of their server, you know, that's always an option. If not, there are things, there are websites that like host a catalog of different servers and like you can filter by different interests, and figure out what works for you, and you're not stuck with one. Like if you find a better one, you can always just move your account over. It's fine. No more questions? Cool. Oh wait, yeah.
Yeah, I'm in great hopes for this as being a really potentially real powerful alternative. But my question is, we're up against the network effect. So I don't use social media at all, but my daughter's helping me get rid of my belongings before they have to deal with it. And she turns a lot to
Facebook Marketplace? Is it?
I hate the way you lose words when you get old. But there's a marketplace, Facebook Marketplace, and that's been incredibly successful in getting rid of things I would never have dreamt anybody would want. So you're up against a network effect. So how do you think, and I think the prohibitions like we have in Australia, and there's consensus among young people too about not having them in classrooms, but I think the idea of banning things that you don't like probably isn't going to work very well. We have to provide a better alternative. So how do you think we deal with the network effect?
I was asked about the network effect. What is the network effect?
The power of the number of nodes in a network. So currently we're greatly outnumbered by the corporate network.
Yeah.
And it gives them immense power, and that's the reason that native groups and all kinds of people actually go to Facebook as their first choice. So how do we make the Fediverse the first choice when we have to deal with the mathematics of it?
I would say even if you can't necessarily cut out corpo social media entirely, just kind of using the Fediverse on the side, maybe, like promoting it here and there, being like, yeah, there's a better way. You can join Mastodon to like people on corpo social media. That's a good way to kind of, grow things and like still be able to have your, be able to like interface with like life and like modern stuff and like still be able to also, like forge a new alternative, I would say.
I think just to add on to that, I'm an instance admin also.
Cool.
I don't think people on the Fediverse really care, honestly, about the network effect and having everyone go to Mastodon first. It's just kind of like our place that we go. And if other people don't want to do it, then that's fine. This is our home, and I mean, that's just the way it is.
Sounds about right, yeah.
I'll just add on, since it seems like there's some open discussion about this. I mean, I'm channeling Cory Doctorow, who I think is worth looking at. His newest book, Enshittification, makes this pattern really clear. But the summary is like, Facebook exists with their network effect because they hacked into MySpace and made a thing saying, you can keep all your MySpace friends, but do it through Facebook because we're going to scrape MySpace. And the basic point is that then they did everything they could to make it illegal and technically infeasible to maintain your connections through Facebook, but through a different system. And basically this is antitrust law, and we need laws that say Facebook has to allow people to make their data portable and maintain connections across systems, because what has to happen to break the network effect is for people to be able to leave without losing all of their stuff and leaving it behind. That is the actual solution.
Nice, hell yeah.
Dumb question, but we're putting Blue Sky in the same category as corporate social media, and it's like in the same. It's like separate from Fediverse and Mastodon.
I was asked about counting Blue Sky with corpo social media. I mean, yeah, they're VC funded. They are like funded by a bunch of crypto stuff. It's a whole thing. Yeah, Blue Sky is a whole thing. It's funny because they say they're decentralized, but when the main site goes down, all the other things go down. You can't use them. So that's a whole thing. I don't really know too much about Blue Sky. I don't really post on there, but yeah, that's what I've heard about it on Fedi.
To add to that, there are bridges which will take your Mastodon posts and put them on Blue Sky.
Yeah.
And then when people reply to you, it says, here's your replies from Blue Sky. And frankly, the quality of replies you get from Blue Sky is a lot lower versus Mastodon. I think that's another thing about network effect, is when you have everyone for better or worse, the quality of discussion just gradually declines to the lowest common denominator.
Yeah, I feel
You get
that.
Twitter where it's full of fascists because no, they pay for $8 a month. They get it to stay here, and they weed everyone else out because no one wants to be around fascists.
And what's great about that too is that you can defederate from other servers if you want to. So it's really like the best of both worlds. You can have your own little community, or you can spread as far as you want on the Fediverse.
Yeah, that all sounds about right. We have on our servers the Blue Sky Bridge defederated because of the lower quality of the replies and like the less moderated nature of them on that network. Yeah. Any other questions? Want to wrap this up? Y'all have a good day. Okay, cool. Thank you for coming. Have a good one. That was fun. I feel like I did a better job than a seagull.
Trevor's plugging over there for me.
I don't even have installed in the room. I would go to
Thank you.
You guys have Type-C HDMI adapters by chance? We do. Because I have a framework, but I don't have the HDMI adapter for it.
I don't think I have one anywhere around here. I would go to room 233.
The staff room?
Or that way.
Yeah, the staff room?
Yeah, where you got that bag, I think.
Yes.
If you go back there, they'll set you up.
I just realized, oh, I should get one of those.
Shall we head out? Goodbye, Internet.
Their monopoly is on meaningful interpersonal connections, connections with other people as opposed to stuff on the internet. And they really didn't have that monopoly, so they sabotaging it because they kept being like, oh, somebody else is doing a cool thing and we want to do that, and then they ruin the monopoly. But there's nobody else that filled that niche. That niche is not, it's not filled by the Fediverse, it's not filled by any business, it's lost. It's just a loss, yeah, right. Oh, awful. And I'm thinking there's a heck of a lot more as of last
Is it not?
Oh.
There should be one in every room.
Oh.
When you're done with it, make sure you put it back so that someone doesn't walk up.
Okay. I figured we had one. I just didn't see the box there.
Yeah, no.
I should swap this to the.
There you go.
Thank you, sir. Hey, Blue. I got like 25 minutes, okay. I'm the retro internet guy. I think I'm the next talk after that Mastodon talk.
Yeah, you should have a swap out here soon.
Oh? What do you mean?
Oh, I will be swapped out for
Oh.
someone else.
Okay. I was also told there was Ethernet, but that might be the other guy that will set that up. you to plug me in there?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Running virtual machines on battery is a great way to make them slow and stuttery. Can't tell if that's the correct resolution or not. Because it definitely does not look correct on this, but it's also got the overlay. So I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Running it. Okay, it's at 4K. Is that correct, or?
I mean, yeah, that
I don't know.
The projector's probably
that
only
should be
1080p.
right.
So it's just scaling it down.
That's-
They're
Oh,
using
that is-
OBS, so anything you send is just gonna get scaled down to the projector.
That's what I was thinking.
I'd be surprised if that was a 4K projector. It's possible.
Oh, that's a little guy. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
not. As far as no one has roasted me for using Windows at Linux Fest.
We're an open community.
Ain't 2002 anymore.
I think you have to click the second display up top first.
Oh, there we go.
What's the title of your talk?
I think it's like CompuGlobal HyperMegaNet, a retro internet for retro computers. Does that look better or worse?
A little better.
Let's see, how does it look when I just do text?
I mean, that
Does that look good?
Yeah, it's legible.
yeah, that looks fine.
Okay. I gotta wait for network access before I can get next part running. Or I can go and get that router from the OpenWrt team. I might go and do that real quick. I will be back.
torrent just needs to improve in the draft? The torrent? Are you a torrent supporter?
Fleet.
Slate?
Boston.
Okay.
I think unfortunately we will get Minnesota in Montreal got the first place, so I think unfortunately we will probably get Minnesota in the playoffs. Hopefully we can, I would like the Boston Montreal one, because that's always, Boston Montreal sports is always spicy.
Did you give the talk last year in cybernetics?
Yes.
Yes. I remember that one fondly. It was very good.
Thank you.
It was a highlight.
I'm doing it again in Buffalo in June.
In what?
In Buffalo in June, at Recycle.
Thank you. Lovely privilege.
Does ice
I mean, probably help, but that's the
Start streaming, make sure, verify that.
It's a way bigger crowd than I expected.
Yeah, I was presentation on stream. That's fine. I'll just I'll put it on the screen. There you go. Can you an audio test? Place and play audio on your computer.
Yeah.
Are you setting any stuff? Yeah. Oh, this is yours? Okay.
Nothing. Or actually, let me Make sure it's on the right output. Yeah.
They would stock up on
Yeah, make sure. There we go. It's working? Okay. Thank you. Good. Should be recording, and we're golden. Cool. Okay.
Turn 90 degrees.
All right, so it starts in like a minute.
Then turn another 90 degrees. And then turn another 90 degrees. So it's right down. The hotel was, they went down to bridge after bridge. And stuff. But nothing was posted like that. But I didn't have nobody get to work.
There's so much Windows in this talk. It's great. I've also not been able to connect to the Linux Fest Wi-Fi all weekend, unless I use an OpenWrt router in the middle to bridge it. That works, but I can't directly connect. I can't even phone hotspot. Yeah. My Android works.
I need your shirt.
You don't like the shirt?
It's a good shirt.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, a couple of them are mine.
Okay, but I have like 10 more sons. Hi. Fine to see. I did not think there would be this many people for this talk, so I'm just kind of giving everyone a couple more minutes to get here. I know the furry tell people are coming.
Nobody knows why nobody took the ticket. But I was told you gotta go book it.
I'm waiting a few more minutes until the telco people from downstairs get here, because they really wanted to see this talk. And also they've been connected to this network for like a year, so we kind of owe them that much.
She had a great time. She was beta testing the hospice before they put it in there. So she had 10 years.
We have like another minute. Huh? We do. It also makes it look really crushed on this monitor and also really laggy to like do any mouse input, so this will be fun. I get to see like the OBS recording at 30 FPS with delay, like capture card delay. Yeah. I have no idea where furry tell is.
What fields?
She resigned.
Yeah, cybersecurity.
I did, I'm
Oh,
just
yeah.
here.
Yeah. Yeah, I keep telling people, you know,
Yeah, that's okay.
and then I keep telling them, it's not because go to the other side, unless you have excuse for some reason, you must
I have no idea where the furry tell guys are. They're the ones with like all the phones and stuff. They're like, hey, you want to come? Give them like,
How many are there?
I think 2 of them.
Okay, there's 2. I think there's.
It might even just be Aiden by himself, the one with the cat head. Yeah, like they've been using this for like a year. So I'm like, okay, the least we can do is have you guys come along. I'll give them like another minute, maybe.
all night trying to figure out which dick is on. And the next morning he finds it, he's so excited, telling all his bugs about it. Doing a lot of things. And the child is so much more complex. I wrote this answer card. Where Where's the rest of the code?
Okay, he's lost.
I'm just gonna start.
I think it's amazing.
Oh, they're really waiting for the I don't know. Okay, just to double check, everyone's here for the retro internet talk, right? Because a bunch of people are in the wrong room. Okay, so Furry Tail got lost, so we're gonna start now. So, hi, I'm Cursed Silicon. I used to be a Linux administrator, and then Amazon gave me horrible burnout, as it happens. I also hoard a lot of horrible retro computers. Some of you may have seen them. Hayden has definitely seen many of them. She has given me many of them as well. She's the reason I have this lovely shirt, because I now have like a dozen Sun machines. And I also have a YouTube channel that you should check out. There they are. Hi, Furry Tail. And if you'd like, you can follow me on YouTube. There's a QR code that might work. I don't know how it'll work with being crushed by the projection, but you can try it. So, this is a team project, so here's the team. So there's me. I kind of founded the project. I had the whole idea. I pay for the infrastructure. And I'm also the oldest person on the team, aka I'm a millennial. Then we have Snap. He lives in Germany. He saw me on Mastodon and it's like, oh, that's a fun idea. Let me go and build that in like 2 hours. So he knows a ton about like DevOps work, built a ton of the OpenWRT stack that we use. Shout out to OpenWRT who are downstairs. They'll come up again. And yeah, he knows way too much about networking. It's kind of crazy. We also have Leganius from Nebraska. He wrote our sign-up page, which you can find at cghmn.org. He also does a lot of Wii U stuff. He got multi-core working because the Wii U has a really broken CPU where it's basically 3 iMac G3s glued together. And yeah, that's a whole other thing. He should probably give a talk about that one day. And yeah, he also fixes a lot of the typos I make because I sit there on a very laggy PuTTY terminal from Windows XP, putting in IP addresses for bind. And then finally we have Goth Panda, who built a real website, not one in front page 2003 like I used. He also wrote some lovely looking glass tools because writing a retro internet, things break. Networking is hard. It breaks a lot. And he also runs a service called Nido, which is a fun clone of Yahoo. Because when you build a retro internet, you need a directory so people know what's out there to look at. We also have like a bunch more people that use the network, of which there are 20 here. And we have nearly 30 people that are not mentioned that are contributors and 90 users, which is pretty good for a first year project. So this is the first question I always get is, why is it called CompuGlobal HyperMegaNet? And I tell them, if this works, it comes from The Simpsons, because of course it does.
What exactly is it your company does again?
Oh, this industry moves so fast, it's really hard to tell. That's why I need a name that's cutting edge, like Cutco, Edgecom, Interslice. Come on, Marge, you're good at these. Help me out.
How about CompuGlobal HyperMegaNet?
Fine, it's not important. What really matters is my title. I think I'll make myself Vice President. No, wait, Junior Vice President.
And yes, that doesn't mean I am Junior Vice President for Silicon, because it's my project and I can be whatever title I want. So then if people ask, well, what's a retro ISP? What do you offer? So before I get into that, I need to do one more video about semantics, because there are people, and have been people over the last year that have been very nitpicky about the way I describe this project. So
what we mean by lying is the concept of lies to children. The idea that on the path to explaining something complicated, you start off with a little lie, a useful oversimplification that makes it easier to grasp a concept. For example, as a kid you learn that the Earth is a sphere orbiting the Sun with planet buddies. But it's not actually a sphere, and the buddies are super different in size and not close to each other at all. By beginning at a place of oversimplification, you're building a framework, a foundation that you can then build upon and add nuance and complexity later on. Step by step, you're getting towards the real gist of the complicated subject. Science communication has to use lies to children to some degree, or it turns into science education. And getting a proper education in all of the scientific fields would take years of intense study to become fluent in them.
Okay, so with that in mind,
what we mean by lying is the concept.
I'm just gonna. Yeah, this talk is for everybody. If I say something you disagree with or use a terminology you disagree with, that's okay. Please don't get mad at me. This is meant to be for everyone. It's very high level. So, what is a retro ISP? So, there's a lot of retro YouTubers out there that are way better than I am, and they have built dial-up internet providers. Usually they'll take 2 modems and an ATA and have one dial the other. And they'll be like, look, it's dial-up internet. Now let's go to Google. And then it just kind of loads really slowly, and you can't really do a lot with it. And frankly, they've done better at this than I could have. For one, they have a lot more telco knowledge than I do. But you've dialed up. Now what do you do? What do you do with it? Listening to a modem dial up 30 times in a row is not that entertaining. But again, there's not a lot out there to do. Like, modern websites don't work. Google will actually just throw an SSL error at you, or tell you your browser is too old. And anything that does load, it's on dial-up. It's slow. Your gigabytes of JavaScript to load CNN.com is not going to work on dial-up. And you probably don't want to go connecting Windows XP to the open internet anymore. That's just a bad idea for security. So, originally this concept was, I have a computer. My friend Thomas has a computer in Germany. How do we connect and do retro things with each other? And we had the idea of, why not build a retro internet for retro computers? How hard could it be? Or actually, did I skip? No, I didn't. So, as all good projects, how hard could it be? But a little bit of background of what the internet actually is, both like literally and historically. So, you all probably heard of the ARPANET. When we were fighting the Soviets, they're like, oh, if they nuke where all the computers are stored, that's bad. What if we could link them all together so we could exchange information, have backups? And this was apparently the original design of the ARPANET. It was just 2 computers linked to each other. We'll come back to this later. And then we had BBSs, where you could have a phone, and you could have your computer sit there and listen for phone calls, and then call other computers. Basically your neighbors, or long distance if you really wanted your parents to hate you, because long distance was expensive back in like the 80s. And then we got TCP/IP and the World Wide Web, which is basically where we are. And it got faster. We got flat screens. Like, these are just clip art graphics, but you got the idea. But how did me and Thomas connect in 2019, which is when this project originally gestated in my head? So we all got stuck at home, and we had nothing to do. Y'all probably remember that. That lovely event that never ended. But again, how do we connect to each other? No one has phone lines anymore. And connecting the modern web is terrible for security. And compatibility layers kind of work, but they're really clunky and just not fun at all. But then in 2020, or first we're like, what if we made a really big LAN? This would be ideal. We just have a LAN that everyone can connect to. Plug your retro devices in and it just works. Like a big LAN party, but we don't have to leave the house. And then life happened. And we never got around to doing it. Until 2025. WireGuard actually got invented in 2020, which is really nice for doing really easy VPNs. And then also OpenWRT just kind of came back from the dead and started supporting tons and tons of devices. Shout out to OpenWRT, who actually loaned me a lovely router today so I can have this talk, because my laptop can't connect to the Wi-Fi for some reason. Go buy one of their routers. They're really nice. I have one in my workshop. Oh, there you go. I added this like literally yesterday, so I forgot about it. And then originally I had this little guy. I used this with OpenWRT in like 2011 to 2013 because I just needed something that was better than my cable modem that I could use and wouldn't crash it when I downloaded Linux ISOs. Yes, many Linux ISOs every week. 30-minute Linux ISOs. And also sometimes 90-minute Linux ISOs. Because yeah, if you did that on your cable modem that your ISP gave you, the routing table would fill up and it would just crash, which I guess is a great deterrent. Just give them crappy hardware. And this thing was dirt cheap. It was like $30. But it's now no longer supported because it had 4 megabytes of flash and 16 megabytes of RAM. Then, after some searching, we found this little guy from GLINet. They call it the Shadow. It has 16 mega flash and 128 megs of RAM. It can run OpenWRT. And also it can run WireGuard. So then we had the thought of, okay, what if we treated it like a modem? And just put WireGuard, and then we had WireGuard on both ends, and they would talk to each other over the real internet. Okay, so we have a LAN between two computers. We have 2 of them. What if we add a third computer? Let's add a server so we can play video games, because everyone likes video games. And then 6 months later, we had a lot more people, because it turns out people are really into this idea. And then if you look, remember this lovely little thing, where ARPANET looked like this, and then looked like this. You go from September to December, kind of looks like what we had. And then later on, about a year later, now it does kind of look a bit like this. We have a server in Oregon, we have a server in Virginia, we have a server in Poland that users connect to depending on where they're closest to for latency reasons. It's sort of like a hub and spoke. So we have lots of computers across the world and they can all talk to each other, they can share information, but that's not really the internet yet. Still more pieces to this lovely jigsaw. So now we get to everyone's favorite thing, DNS. Everyone loves DNS. Violently loves DNS. So normally, if you want to connect to each other, they say, oh, just put, if you're trying to access an old game, they say, go into your host file, change this line, put this custom IP address in there to say X goes to Y. That's not really scalable when you have like 20, 30, 100 people, and you're like, we all want to play StarCraft, 100 people go and open Notepad. So if you use the CompuGlobal HyperMegaNet, you might notice we have a custom domain. We have .retro because we have DNS. We can do whatever we like. We can have custom domains. We can override old domains. It makes things really easy. So we can make our own TLDs. So we have .retro and .CompuGlobal HyperMegaNet for internal stuff. We also have FurryTel. They're over there. Everyone give them a wave. Go check out their thing. They're doing all the phone stuff. We also have ChivaNet, she has run retro stuff for like 20 years. She's running a AIM replacement server on actual Sun Spark machines. It's really cool. And then eventually we'll have .Mac, where another member is setting up Mac-specific services, all running on Xserves, the old PowerPC machines. And yes, you can have your own TLD. Like if you run your own DNS server, we will just point at it and say, yes, this is the DNS server for whoever, whatever you want to do with it. And because we have DNS, we can do fun things, where we call it DNS poisoning. So DNS on the real internet kind of looks like this, where can I connect to? AIM. And your ISP's DNS will say, that doesn't exist anymore, because AIM has been dead for like 10 years. But normally they say, just add it to your host file. But again, getting 100 people to do this every time they want to access a website is not really scalable. So it doesn't scale. And there are other retro projects like Insignia that emulates the original Xbox Live from like 2001. There's Winfy that does the same with the Nintendo Wii. Its Wi-Fi or its online service got discontinued years ago. And they just say, connect to our DNS, we'll do all of it. And we have our own DNS server. So what if we just lie to you and say, yeah, we have that IP address. So you say, where can I find AM? Well, it's on 1.2.3.4. And yeah, that just kind of works. So we have things like a Steam emulation server from November 2004. We have AOL, which, again, it just works. And we have RuneScape, which we got recently working, because everyone liked RuneScape. We have both the original MS Paint version and the 2004 version that now people call old school, which is weird to me. But not everything just works. If you are of a certain age, you might know about NAT, or when we started adding routers to home internet connections. So back in the day, you had a computer, I had a computer, they would just talk to each other with their IP address, sort of like how the network initially worked. And that kind of created a lot of assumptions about how networks at scale work on the internet, at least in the 90s. So you'd have me and Thomas, we're talking to the AIM server, that's the third computer, as it were. And I'd say, I want to send them a file. And the server would say, open the connection to this IP and this port. That way I could send the file directly to them. AIM or whoever doesn't have to pay for bandwidth for me to send files around for those totally legal Napster MP3s that I had. So that works. It just directly sends a file. Everybody's happy. But then if we enter a router, well, the router doesn't know who to talk to because it has a bunch of machines sitting behind it. So this kind of broke a lot of things, but also was kind of helpful, which is going to make a lot of network admins really angry because it basically acts as a firewall of sorts. So if you may remember Blaster, one of the lovely Windows XP worms that went around in the early 2000s, it would just scan for open networks. It would say, all right, here you go for any network admins. I made this slide and then someone commented that, so I had to add that. So yeah, this would connect to open Windows 2000, Windows XP machines and just send malware to replicate itself. And because there's no firewall, there's no way for it to deny the connection. It would just be like, okay, and then it would get infected. But then you add a router, it just doesn't know because port 135 is not forwarded to any machine on the network. So kind of unintentionally acted as a firewall, but also it broke a lot of programs. And it does break a lot of programs on the retro network. Like, you can't use LimeWire. We don't have LimeWire, but this would have been another program in the early 2000s that did not work properly unless you port forwarded. Video games wouldn't work because one player would be the host, other players would try to connect to it. That is actually a problem we still have today because VMware, for some reason, drops incoming connections, which actually broke my demo. So we'll get to that in a little while. And then if you had an Xbox, you could do a lot of fun things actually with NAT. But again, it would say, who's the fastest internet connection? You're going to be the game host, so Microsoft doesn't have to pay for hosting servers for video games. And then finally FTP, where you connect to the FTP server and it says, okay, let me connect back to you, unless you're using pass-v mode, which only came out in like the early 2000s. It's a really terrible protocol from the 1970s, but it breaks if you have NAT. And digging up these kind of old problems is just fascinating and infuriating. But these are the fun things that happen. So technically, it would have been historically correct if everyone gets an IP address and you can just connect. But that would also mean that if you downloaded an old piece of malware, unintentionally or otherwise, you could infect the whole network, and that would be bad. So unfortunately, we have to compromise. And this was a long-fought discussion over like weeks with the staff. So ultimately, we're going to use OpenWRT. We have a setup script that sets up WireGuard, asks for your keys, it gives you an IP address, it does all the fun things in the background because it's a lot of just typing in commands otherwise. So by default, you get a firewall. Incoming connections are a firewall. You can turn it off if you want to. Probably not a good idea depending on what you want to do with the network. And before we realize, it is not connected to the real internet. It is a private network. You get a router. Like this one, we give you 253 IP addresses. You can connect whatever you want with them, real devices, VMs, whatever you have. And then you can only talk with other devices on the retro network. Because again, putting stuff on the real internet is a really bad idea. It's really insecure. So we have a bunch of clients. We have like 90 users. We have servers, game servers, and other websites and things. They're all serving stuff. They're across the planet. And we even have our own DNS. That kind of sounds like how the internet works at a very basic, rudimentary level, functionally. So, how do you join? Well, it's actually easier than most people probably expect. You just need some old computers or virtual machines. For this demo, I'm going to use some virtual machines, so don't worry. And then you just need something that can run Linux for WireGuard, either a virtual machine or hardware. Windows will not work, Mac will not work. The BSDs work, but I don't know anyone who's used FreeBSD WireGuard, so I can't comment. But yeah, if you have an old Raspberry Pi, it'll work. If you buy the $30 GLI net, it works. If you have a Proxmox VM, OpenWRT supports that. It also supports VMware and VirtualBox. Whatever virtualization you use is supported. And then again, you can just connect and do cool stuff. It's free to connect, free to use. And again, 253 IPs. I can hook up as much stuff as you have. Because it's a retro network, we have effectively the whole IPv4 space available. So, what can you do with it? It's the old internet. You can do anything you want with it. The point is for it to be fun again. Like, there's no, oh, well, I want to do this. Okay, go do it. Go run a blog. Go run a game server. Do things that make you happy and build things that give you joy. There are 2 rules, though. Number 1, no fascists. There are, unfortunately, a lot of fascists in retro computing. That's another topic you can ask me about after the talk, but no, they're not allowed.
Hell yeah.
And 2, you got to build things that make you happy. Don't do things that make you unhappy. We have the modern web for that. You can go on Twitter. You can go be unhappy on Twitter. Go here to be happy and do things that make you happy. And again, we're just a network. You make it fun. You do the things. This isn't like a theme park where you come and go like, okay, well, what are the rides that I can ride on? It's more like a big open plot of land where you say, I'm going to build a house. I'm going to run things and do things with it. All right, now I have a demo that kind of works. So bear with me, because it's also really laggy now. So I have a lovely Proxmox machine here. So this is running on my little workshop down in Everett, and it is connected to the retro network, and I'm going to boot up this lovely machine here, which takes a hot minute because Windows XP is slow, so bear with me. Not even what?
Not even connecting to Google.retro.
I mean, I can load up Google.retro if people want to see it. This is how you know it's an authentic experience, by the way, because even on a modern framework laptop with an SSD, Windows XP is still pig slow. All right. Log in.
Part of the experience, man.
Yeah.
Play the sound. Play the sound.
Oh, it didn't like that.
We didn't hear the sound.
It played it, but it was very quiet. I think I've got the sound turned down in the VM. Let's crank that because I'm going to need sound. This is also really laggy. So there's Steam running in the background because it just auto starts. Oh, that's okay. That's why you couldn't hear anything.
Yeah, we need you to log back in so we can try.
And we also have AIM, which, again, it just starts and runs. But for this test, we're going to do... actually, to make Hayden happy, I'll show you Google.retro. So, some of you may have seen a YouTube video I did about 6 months ago where I pulled apart one of those old Google search appliances, those big, bright yellow Google servers. Turns out it just runs CentOS, and with a bit of cajoling, you can put that into a virtual machine. And then you can have a retro Google search engine internally, which you can look up things. So if I look up Company Global HyperNeganet, there's a bunch of results. So there's other people who, like Jilly, she has a ton of stuff on the retro network running on actual OpenBSD 3.0. She's not cheating like I am. I did try the weather one downstairs on the demo, but that apparently crashes Firefox 3.6. But that was the one she wanted me to show off. So I let her know, and hopefully she'll get that fixed. All right, so the main demo that I wanted to show is StarCraft, because everyone liked StarCraft in 1998. Where is it in my list? This is really hard.
It's about Quake.
Quake on this?
Of course it's Quake on this. There's also a lot of lag in this. Like, oop. Oh, give me 1 second. I need to give it a CD. Thankfully, we have a totally legit CD. Where did I put it? Brood War. Make sure that. And then, okay, Windows.
Oh, that Damon.
And then it just opens anyway. Windows XP. I love Windows XP so much. So we go here. We have BattleNet. But again, we're just going to pretend we are BattleNet so we can connect, and it just is totally cool with it. So I log in. Welcome to StarCraft BattleNet. Except now it has a custom little thing because it's running PvPGN, which is a lovely piece of server emulation software written 25 years ago that probably could use people to clean it up if anyone would like to ever look at that. So I'll join this game, which is running on the Proxmox machine. And then if I hit OK on Proxmox, it was really laggy, but we are in a game together. So I have one at the top of the map and then one down the bottom, and I could probably send them to each other, but oh, this is unplayably laggy. Yeah.
This reminds me of the version that was where we just kept crashing on each other.
It's not the most impressive demo. This took like days to figure out because VMware is terrible and would just drop incoming packets, so I couldn't get it to host.
Thanks, Broadcom.
Yep.
They make the best Wi-Fi.
But after I left, oh, it's a draw now, even though I quit, which technically should mean that I surrendered, but... Alright. So, yeah, that's just one of the many apps we have. People really like games, so I've just been adding a lot of game servers. I'll really quickly demo RuneScape, because that one was formative for people. Give me one. This one has had a lot of people downstairs, like in where I had the little demo booth, like just getting sucked in and playing it. Oops. RuneScape. Also, Windows XP has great sound emulation in VMware. So I could just test this with any account name and it just works. But we have RuneScape. And you can click around and do things, and it is, oh, it is incredibly laggy doing this in a VM. I'm not going to play this for long because it is really difficult to play with the delay between like a capture and then a broadcast of that capture. So yeah, we have lots of games, lots of websites, and other fun things to do. All right, so originally I was going to say this isn't sponsored by my employer because they wanted that included. Then they fired me, so that was fun. That is why I don't go to Bremerton anymore.
Oh, really?
Yes. So that was fun. If you'd like to help out, there are links. You can give me money, or you can ask me after this in case they don't read. Or if you want to get involved, there is my Mastodon. There is the Discord that we have the Retro Network in. And I also have the website if you'd like to get signed up. Otherwise, I can be found out of the DMA space. DMA is a hackerspace in Seattle, and they graciously agreed to sponsor me being here. And they also kind of let me just kind of hang out next to them. So that's been nice. Again, that's it. So, any questions so far? You, sir.
All the server code, like the RuneScape server and the StarCraft, you did mention the StarCraft one was already 25 years old. How did you get all that source code? I didn't realize it was available.
So there was a lot of retro projects that are just already emulating this stuff. Like, the game client is a re-implementation. RuneScape was originally written in Java. Someone rewrote it in C, and they just call it Client 3. It's on GitHub. So the actual server backend is formerly known as 2004scape, but for legal reasons changed their name to Lost City RS. And they emulate RuneScape 2 as of May 2004. Like that update, the very first launch version of the game. StarCraft, which also supports all the Battle.net games from Diablo 2 up to Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne, if anyone would like to play Dota sometime, like old Dota. That one runs on PvPGN, which was written 25 years ago, I'm told, because Diablo 2 shipped with the Battle.net symbols included. They just reverse engineered that. And it also supports Westwood Online, if anyone likes Command & Conquer. We have everything up to Yuri's Revenge. It kind of works. It's a bit buggy because the software has not been updated in 25 years. But yeah, a lot of the stuff we run is just retro emulation projects. But the network itself is just bringing all of that into one big umbrella where people can go and do things instead of being scattered about. Yes?
Are you still involved in any planetarium or astronomy type
No.
activities?
I was only there for like a couple months. You, sir?
How does the network work? Like, is it creating a encrypted tunnel?
Yes,
through
so
Open WRT?
you get a device of choice. I'm just using this as an example. On it is running WireGuard. So as far as your device is concerned, everything, it's just seeing a modem. It just says, hi, here's your IP address. Here's a gateway. Here's DNS. And then the only devices it can see are other devices that are connected on this WireGuard together. So everyone on the West Coast connects to the server in Oregon, and then that server is also bridged to one in Virginia and one in Poland, so that way we can take advantage of lower latency between data centers versus sketchy residential ISPs. But yeah, it's just WireGuard under the hood, which is really nice because it works on most things, and people that are better than me at networking are like, oh, I've got this running on my Microtic, I've got this running on my Unify, so they can have their retro network and home network sitting together, which I don't endorse for security reasons, but they like doing it, so I'm like, okay, you're on your own. Cyril.
Yep. Are you considering doing like BGP for the backbone routing, as far as like the data centers connecting to one another?
Not at the moment. Right now, just to make things easy, it's like uswest.cghmn.org, US East, and then Europe.
Classic pairing. Okay.
Yeah, just so people know, like, okay, I'm connecting to this server in this location, and eventually we will have a sign-up page where you can just go, you know, I would like this username. We will give you a flashable copy of OpenWRT that you can just load on a Raspberry Pi or whatever device you have, and it'll have all your details pre-configured. I was hoping we'd have that ready for this talk, but we didn't get it ready in time, so I left it out. But it will be coming soon and make things a lot easier. But no, we don't have BGP yet. I don't know if we're going to implement that. That would be a question for Snap, because he knows way more about networking than I do.
All right, I'll drop in the Discord.
Hi.
Is your retro Google actively indexing the retro network?
Kind of. So the Google Search Appliance was originally designed for companies who have like tons of different document repos that you could just be like, here, employee, you know how to use Google. Google for stuff internal to our company. So it has a limit of 500,000 pages that it can index, and it doesn't understand PHP very well. So someone set up a forum, and it's like every page is like PHP ID equals 1, 2, 3, 4. And the Google server just keeps incrementing that. So it's just filled up 500,000 pages that don't exist. And then it tells us, hey, contact your Google support vendor. Please buy a bigger license. Which Google killed that product in 2019, and we never paid for it anyway.
Sorry to interrupt, but we only have time for one more question.
Okay. Hi.
So what happens if you do put something like a Windows XP or Windows 95 machine out on the public internet?
The last time I did it, and this is probably dating myself, this would have been like early 2010s, before it had finished checking for updates on Windows Update, it got hit with Configure, which was fun. But these days, Windows XP, I think, is old enough that it's difficult to just get drive-by malware. Windows 98, I know someone's done like a video series where they just plug it in and just wait 24 hours. Most of these are so old that it's difficult to just get things from existing and not doing anything, like not going to weird websites or anything like that. But it's more of a, you probably shouldn't do this just as a matter of course, especially because then it is a machine on your home network that can be used to pivot to do actual nefarious things. So it's more of a hygiene thing that we have documented cases of this is what will happen in this amount of time. All right, I'm out of time, I'm told.
Yeah, just a network problem we're having, so.
Oh, okay.
And I think we're...
slightly over time, but I started a bit late.
A bit over time, but that's fine.
All right. If y'all have more questions... If y'all have more questions, I'm down at the DMA table. I also am right by the OpenWRT people, who you should buy one of these lovely routers from. They asked me to say that because, yeah, they're really good routers, and they graciously agreed to loan me one.
That's awesome. Get that Discord QR pulled up.
I can get it. Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
Oh. You can also get it from me downstairs.
Oh, yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Sorry.
So to this, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah.
If you can't get it, I'm downstairs.
Also, I do have a question.
Sure.
So, guessing by the name of VMware, you don't like it. Is there something you would recommend over it?
Not really. That's a whole other. I guess it could be a whole other talk.
Because I don't exactly have something that I have a relatively modern machine.
That is fair.
So you can do DOSBox and all.
Yeah.
That will run well enough for a lot of like up to Windows 98.
Yeah, you can run 98 in DOSBox, which will give you a Voodoo 3, which gets you up to about the turn of the millennium. Like you could run StarCraft very easily in that setup, but you won't be running like stuff like Half-Life 2 will not run in DOSBox.
I know, and I kind of do want to run Half-Life 2.
Yes, that you probably... The best option is probably bare metal, because... And I could make a whole talk out of this. Virtualization is great for commercial applications, because that's what they've designed it for. But running games is just kind of a happy accident.
There is a terrible strategy.
What?
It's Windows Server 2008.
Oh no.
Because it supports remote graphics cards on Windows XP.
I haven't tried that, but that might work. But, like, the short answer is Proxmox does not have any graphics acceleration. VirtualBox deleted their support because it apparently had an unfixable exploit. So anything before I think Windows 7, they just don't support accelerating anymore. VMware works, and it works pretty well for like DirectX 9, so it'll run Half-Life 2, but you can't do things like running a game server. It just drops network packets for some reason.
Wonderful.
Yes. So it's a whole big mess. And then there's other projects like 86box, which is sort of like the BSNES of emulation, where it will run, but it is cycle accurate. It is emulating the physical transistors in a CPU.
Yeah.
So my Ryzen 5600X at home, which is a bit old, but still competent, can barely run a Pentium 200 megahertz at full speed.
Because it's physically simulating.
Yes. So it is the most accurate emulator, quote unquote.
But that hurts it when you leave.
And I question why they need that. You're emulating x86 on x86. Like if you're running an Apple Silicon Mac, sure, that's ARM. That makes more sense. But it's not my project, so not my circus, not my monkeys kind of thing.
Yeah.
I could do a whole separate talk on emulation sucks, because I've had arguments with people who are not retro people who are like, why do you have all this old hardware? Just run it in emulators. And I tell them, because PC emulation is like Nesticle. It is so inaccurate and so buggy. It is a bad time.
Yeah.
Hello, can I take over the HDMI slot for a second? I need to see if my thing is going to work later.
I mean, my talk is over, so yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Back to the...
I'm kind of set tomorrow, shut down earlier last month.
See at the table.
Excuse me. I'm kind of sad because Marl, M-A-U-R-I-L, that is.
I do know. Oh, yeah. And then don't even try and run not x86 emulated.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it just doesn't exist.
Yeah.
You want to emulate Solaris on a Spark? No.
Yeah, no, like QEMU, anything that isn't x86 is really, like, incomplete.
Hi.
Yeah.
I was wondering how to get this HDMI on the screen.
Yeah.
I'm just doing a test because I'm giving a talk later, and I want to see if my computer is going to work or not.
Sure. Let's do that.
Okay.
It just had the source code for every Nintendo,
That's good.
every Nintendo
Okay,
console up to
yeah.
the GameCube and every Sony console up to the PS3. It just was massive.
And then if I do...
No, it's not an emulator. It was just a giant library full of source code on it. DRMs of money. But it shut down in April because of ransomware.
I think the only thing to look out for, and it looks like you're using black and white text, so it should be fine. The contrast on the projectors is a little,
yeah.
on the low side.
Okay.
But it looks like it should be good.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Oh, can I test it? Yeah, go for it. You're speaking now, right?
Yeah.
I can do it later too if you want. My talk's not till looks like yours is good. Actually.
How do I extend this?
If you have it on extended display, yeah, probably need to drag it.
Okay. Oh, actually, okay.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Oh, this is amazing. Because I can do other stuff. Okay. Cool. This is perfect. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, okay.
Sweet.
Do you want to test this? I think I'm good.
No, don't worry about it.
Okay.
We got 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it. It's fine.
Either way.
Oh, just my computer. And the battery is
yes, plug it in. I might have
somewhere here.
Some of the rooms have a cable further up, but it looks like not this one. Let's make sure the mic is working. It looks like it is.
This is gonna be the mic?
Yeah, that's the mic.
Okay. Desde ayer empezó. Los escuchas me dio mucha por ahí. Dice, vas a crear un tipo de salmones más que toda su vida, o sea que con huevos, jugadores que tengan más peces al final ganan. Separa y challenge makes it a special challenge. Los jugadores de todos los 5 países. Más chicos y aislados.
Our list of people there is a lot of the smartphone things also use things like Echo and all these little but I'm pretty sure like Echoes have a lot of loaders. Yeah, I haven't investigated that specifically. So
y el score debe ser el mismo o más alto que el
From like a strategy in terms of like making the most of
Do you know where I can get water? Yeah. Here, I can grab some really quick.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like the smartphones arena. I don't know if you can tackle the whole thing at one vendor device.
Right. I mean, that's one of the things is we try to find the right kind of device class, if you will, because yeah, some may have more impacts than others. We thought Vizio was a pretty popular CD manufacturer. They also, one thing I didn't mention is that they have software on the TV that watches everything that you're watching, and then they use that to show you ads based on the things you're watching. So they actually don't make any money from selling the TVs. They make all the money on selling ads. And so that's something you might want to modify on your TV. And one of the reasons that we think this is pretty compelling is that, Vizio is doing these things. They used this software with a reciprocal license. They could have used other software that doesn't have these requirements. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. But they chose to use this software that has these requirements. So, they need to give us the source code that has these things. I believe these, yep, this is a blank one here. Do you mind if we just move around to where the tables are? No, we can more easily.
I think it's really what it is.
Hey Josh.
Hello.
Did you remember to grab your adapter this time? From 236? You want me to get it for you?
Yeah, that'd be great. I forgot I was supposed to take that.
Is your speaker? Oh yeah, the other stuff here. They just went out for a second.
Do I need this?
No, I thought that was yours.
No.
You don't know whose that is?
No.
Oh, I thought it was yours.
I don't know who that is. I wonder if it was the speakers from yesterday.
I don't remember.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll put in lost spot.
Cool.
I feel like somebody came by and gave it to us when they gave us the router. Was that you?
Well, I know this is mine. I didn't give you any router. I don't remember giving anyone a router.
Asked whoever gave
it was
us...
you mean the Switch?
The Switch, yeah.
Yeah.
It came with the Switch because they were saying they weren't sure if whoever would have...
Right, okay. I'll just keep it in the volunteer room then,
okay.
and I'll ask people.
Cool.
But you're good here?
I think so. I think we're probably...
Are you ready? Sure, yeah.
Sweet. I think, yeah.
Close the door.
All right. Okay, so thank you for coming. I'm Mao Pacheco, and I'm super excited to talk about credentials, digital credentials. I'm going to talk a little bit about the story behind this project, and I'm really passionate about. So, a few years ago, I decided to use my skills, right? Like skills of my career, software development, and put it to a good use. So I decided to use it in a non-profit. So the non-profit that I chose was Somos.tech. That little guy there is in the photo. And this is a non-profit that basically helps people on underrepresented backgrounds to break into tech. So people like Latinx and other kind of backgrounds. And it is a really, really cool non-profit. But my volunteer effort quickly snowballed into the CTO position. And I don't know if you know how non-profits work. I didn't know, certainly at the time. But there is a lot of board meetings. There is a lot of discussions about conflict of interest, about legal stuff, about how to manage the data, security, all of that, right? So there is a lot of talk about that. There is also a lot of talk about budget, like how to manage the budget. We rely on donations. We rely on grants. We don't pay our volunteers or myself. So that is a big part of the discussions in the board members. And I'm not super excited about that. I'm not passionate about that. My passion is on the technology side, right? But I mean, it's not that I didn't like to be a board member. I just really want to focus in the technology part. So my focus as a CTO was like maintain websites or just oversee that part. Creation for skills like hackathons or training. Building community tools, we have an interview simulator that is very nice. You can talk with it, and it gives you feedback, mentorship platforms, resume builders, everything that we can build for the community so they can break into tech. We also organize meetups and conferences with some of the tech industry leaders just to build community. Basically, this is on Seattle, but also we have chapters in Houston, in LA, in New York. We quickly realized that each one of these things can benefit from digital recognition. There is a lot that you can do with digital recognition, right? Like myself, if I am speaking here in the Linux Fest, I want to be recognized as about that. Or speakers in the events also wanted to be recognized about that. The volunteers itself, we rely a lot on them, so we really want to recognize their efforts. Hackathon participants, mentors and mentees, all of that is something that they really want to have something to show in LinkedIn or something like that. So those are the kind of digital recognitions that we wanted to have in our nonprofit. So what we did is like we went and then we looked for platforms, and we went to Credly, and it was so expensive for our budget. Like really it was something that was outside of our capabilities. So as a programmer of heart, it's like, what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna build myself one for the nonprofit. And really, I didn't, at the time I didn't realize how difficult will that be. So I decided to build one. I pitched that to the board, and the board was like, okay, yes, cool, let's do it. But it was something that we put in the backlog. It was something that was not a priority. It was something that we really couldn't do with the volunteer effort that we have. Now, a little sideways, I have been in the Fediverse for a while, but it was not until the one that we cannot name, bought Twitter, I decided to close my account and then just build my presence in the Fediverse for good. And so at the time, I started understanding how the Fediverse work and everything, and I really like that. Now, when we ask like, what do we need for the batch system, right? We not only need like batch graphics, we need something that is affordable for a nonprofit, but also that can be installed in our stack, something that can be interoperable with other nonprofits maybe systems, and something that we could self-host, right? So instead of asking, how do we build our batch platform? What I really should have asked at the time was like, how can we reuse open protocols to build that, right? So again, I was in the Fediverse, I was understanding everything that was behind the Fediverse at the time, and I decided to bring my blog to the Fediverse, right? And I shared that experience with others, and I went viral for the Fediverse standards, which is like 10 likes and 5 shares. But really, people were like liking that. People use that, and actually, when my certificates like expired, they sent me an email, "Hey, your certificate is expiring. Like, I want to access that," because they really rely on that in implementing their own activity pop. So I have the project of the batch fed on the batches, the digital recognition on the back of my mind, and say, let's just build this thing for the Fediverse. Now, for the people that doesn't know about the Fediverse, I'm gonna try to explain it a little bit. So think of different social media, right? Platforms like TikTok, Reddit, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. All of them can talk between each other. All of them can be different software, like even different versions of Reddit, different versions of Instagram. And they can communicate because they have shared protocols that can communicate. There is no single company, and actually there are like a lot of different very small communities, but you can talk between each other. So let's say that you have a Twitter account and you post a photo and then appears in an Instagram account of another person. You have different experiences of that, but at the end it's just a post that just travels across the network, right? You can maybe with your Twitter account interact or see memes on Reddit, and you can maybe read a long post like from blogs. But for this talk, let's just say that there are some objects that travel between different softwares because we have a shared protocol. So that shared protocol, it is ActivityPub. And again, I didn't understand like the name ActivityPub when I started, but basically we have actors, and those actors publish objects. So think of an actor like myself. I post a picture in Instagram, I am an actor, right? But then you have companies like someone that has a LinkedIn page, that is an actor as well. You have also bots. Let's say that you have a bot in Discord, that is an actor, right? Anyone that can publish an object, it is an actor. Other servers receive those objects in an inbox, like an email. Actually, Fediverse is very compared to an email. Everybody can have their own version of software, but you can interact with each other. And then there are some verbs that are standardized there. You can follow an actor, you can create something, you can announce or repost, like, quote. There are many of the verbs there that are standardized. And this repeats on everything, right? In Instagram, you can follow each other, you can like things. In Facebook, in Reddit, in like all of that. Now, if you have an object that can fit the model, then you can federate that. A batch, it is an object that can fit the model. And an issuer, a company that issue a batch, it is an actor. So I took that, and then I start asking myself, can I do a credential that can travel as a post, right? Can be also like human readable, but at the same time a standard space. Can communities keep different copies of those credentials? So that is the decentralization. Or can be this recognition part of the open social web. Open social web, it is also another way to name the Fediverse. I have a confession to make. I really love .NET. Not .NET framework, but .NET as the language. I really was into it since long time ago. Miguel de Casa did the .mono, which was an open source version of .NET. I really think that is a beautiful language. But I recognize that not everybody thinks the same way. But I decided to build BatchFed in .NET. And if I wanted to build it on it, I wanted to be agnostic, right? As agnostic as possible so people can just build their own things. So I I am not naive. There is other people with the same ideas. I don't have the best ideas. And yeah, I mean, there are some efforts, and I found activity badges was one of those. But it didn't fit like what we really want. It was also a new implementation. It was a new specification. So what I wanted to build was an implementation on existing standards. You know, like when you have a new standard, now you have a new thing just to learn. We didn't want to learn a new thing. I really want to reuse as much as possible and have a design as simple as possible. So what with Fediverse, this attachment is not gonna be rendered. This is like just gonna be ignored. You are just gonna see the HTML of that. But the object will travel as original as it is through the Fediverse. So the attachment still is gonna travel across Mastodon instances, across people. So I can use that to actually federate the credentials. So this is what unlocked everything. I'm super excited about that. As you can see, issuers can be followed now. You can follow a company that issues badges. Badges can be commented on, liked, shared, both, quote, whatever you can do in the Fediverse. Now you can do with badges. You can do that with the social dynamics of the credentials. And this really unlocks something that I haven't seen in other companies. Like Credly, of course, you need to create an account and then to comment or like there. But this really makes very agnostic and open protocol. Yeah.
So the actual, I'm a little fuzzy on all the protocols, but I'm very interested in the space and have been for a long time. Actually creating a badge is not implemented within this. So like the verb of creating a badge is not part of this.
So there is in ActivityPub there is the verb create a content, and you create a content. No, the badge, it is something that you create outside and just insert into the content.
See, I'm much more interested in like fully decentralized badges where just people make assertions about each other and then they sort of like boost assertions by being like, I think this assertion is good.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That is like the chain of trust, right?
Yeah.
And because the issuer doesn't need to be a new software, I can have my, again, I'm just doing analogies here, but I can have my Twitter account issuing a badge. That is possible with this software. And then another person can receive that and like, and you can say that is a build of trust. Another person can receive the badge or in another software, and then you can start counting who is receiving and validating that badge, and that builds more trust. So yeah.
So validating a badge isn't something that Open Badges itself, like basically boosting a badge, like other people boosting a badge other than the issuer, isn't something that Open Badges as a protocol.
No. So I mean, Open Badges and other kind of things like social credentials have something that is like private keys, public keys, just to validate identity. ActivityPub also have that, and identity is just a whole topic. We can spend here 3 hours. But if you can validate like the identity with existing things, you can actually do that. Now, because you are relying that the URL of the badge is the same, exactly the same as the issuer, you can actually validate that the badge, it is being created by the person that says it is. So there is a lot of validations there that you can do. Yeah. So I mean, this is not theoretical. This is actually something that is working. So here, this is a page of the badges. You can see I'm going to an issuer. This is the page of an issuer. I'm gonna copy the URL of the issuer, and then I'm gonna go to my Mastodon account, which is a Twitter-like. It's gonna load in a moment, I guess. Yeah. And then there you can just paste any URL. So in this case, I am pasting the issuer URL, and I'm gonna open that. And then this is how it shows, like the same page of the issuer that is following the badge, issuing the badge. I am following now there. And these are the badges that are created, and you can receive that in this experience of Twitter-like. And I can comment and interact with that. And now if I go to the original page, you will see that comment like showing there. So so I'm going to the page, and then the comment is just gonna appear there. I'm gonna refresh now the page, and it's gonna appear there. And you can like it, you can post it, you can quote it, and that is something that is it is actually working. Yeah, you can see the comment there. There are many things that it unlocks that. So because you have an issuer, and an issuer posts a badge, and issuer is an actor, Now other issuers can also follow other issuers and then receive those nodes. It's very simple. It's like if I have my company that just issues batches for an indie game. I am an indie gamer, and then I just issue a batch. I can follow another issuer and receive the batches from them. It's just that simple. So here you can see, I think it's part of that demo. Yeah, so I'm gonna search my grants. This is one page, this is one instance, and I have batches that are internal and are external. This is an external one. This is something that I received from another issuer. You can see there that it says external issuer, but I can go to the original page. This is a different domain, and I can see the batch in the other domain. So this is decentralized now. Now the batches can live in two different parts. And this is really exciting because now I can create a wallet for my batches, right? And now my batches, if the company disappears, I have had batches that have disappeared because the companies disappear or the website goes down. Now I don't need to rely on that, right? And this unlocks different things like for universities or educational institutions, indie gaming. You can have relays for people that are close to each other, governments. I don't know. There is a lot of possibilities that we can do with these batches, right? I'm focusing in non-profits, but really you can have different things. This is a relay board. A relay is just one actor that is just boosting all the batches. So again, you can follow a single relay for all the indie game. So think of Xbox and PS4 and Steam achievements, and I'm just gonna follow one. I'm gonna receive everything, and I'm gonna see everything from there. You can create your own wallet. Again, this is not new standard. So you can just follow the same standards, and now you can self-host your batches and just persist those if you want in your domain, in your control, right? There is something called Mozilla Backpack that you can import batches, but this is more like decentralized for the Fediverse. This is something that is, I think it's like a Mozilla Backpack Plus, right? Again, here is one of my pages, and then I'm just searching for myself, and then I'm gonna see, no, I'm not searching. Yeah, I'm searching for myself. I'm gonna see my profile, and then in my profile, I can see my batches. This was one of the early versions, and I know the UX is kind of crappy, but it is better now. And I can just embed my batches in my own web page. So I can just do that. I can have my batches for my professional account, and then just have my employee or like everyone just go there to my page and then see those, right? Again, this is how the integration with LinkedIn. That was very essential for our nonprofit because people rely on LinkedIn a lot. And this is the interesting part. People that has received these batches, they don't know about the Fediverse. They don't care. They just care about they receive a batch and I can just go and then add it to my LinkedIn. They don't care about standards. And this is what is like, I think is very cool about this. I have seen a lot of people using this, and the batches are decentralized, are enjoying the benefits of it, but there is no technical talk about why this is better or more ethical or stuff like that. They just enjoy having that. So again, this is gonna show how to add that to your LinkedIn. All right, wrapping up in case that we have questions. So before we have siloed things, now I have something that is standardized, open source, and there are a few nonprofits that are using that. In Europe, there are a few people that are interested on those, including people that use like that create some events for open source, but also some broadcasters from Europe are interested on building like a Duolingo kind of thing on top of that, just to give people some batches when they watch videos every day for, think of a public broadcaster, something that is more educational. So there is some interest on that. Now we have a decentralization, we have self-hostable things, and it is just the same two standards that now links to each other. Now, if you want to help, there is the GitHub. I need help with the UX because I am not good on that. Integrations with other platforms, for example, with Moodle. That is something that I want to build, so educational platforms can use that to just issue the batches in a decentralized way. And of course, documentation. As an organization, of course, you can use that. I created community credentials. It is open to registration. You can just go there and just use it. If you have a company or a nonprofit, and just send me a message because I blocked that, so you cannot actually issue more a lot of different batches. But just contact me and I will open that for free. That's not an issue. Or just you can share stories or request features. That is something that I really like. Now you can also go to this page and then receive a badge right now for being in this conference. It is something that you can do. I will show that in a moment. There is a lot of challenges, but these are the same challenges that the Fediverse have. So it is something that we are gonna figure out together. And yeah, I mean, I really believe on this project, and I'm super excited about sharing about this. So those are my socials, and this is the badge thing. That's pretty much it. Yeah, questions?
So you said that you can self-host, but if they disappear, like the issuer disappears, how can you still like validate that that's a valid credential?
That's a very good question. Yeah, there are two answers to that. Like the first one, I am using Open Batches 2.0, and 2.0 relies on the URLs to actually certify that someone is actually who says it is. You can only rely on the past, right? How many servers did receive that batch and validate that. In Open Batches 3.0, there is now some encryption there that you can self-validate that, even like in the document itself, even if the issuer is not there. So I'm trying to implement the Open Batches 3.0 in this one. But it's a very good question, yeah.
So you could basically download your badge so you have a copy of it.
Yes, so yes. I mean, right now you can go to BatchFed, you can download the PNG, and that has, in the metadata, has the batch itself.
Oh, cool.
Once that I implement 3.0, you don't need to rely on the URL, the original URL to validate the issuer. But yeah, right now you can go there, download your PNG, and that's something that you're just gonna have there. I have another project that is called Fedi Profile, but it's basically like a link tree that is also in the Fediverse, and that thing is like a link tree. You create an account and then start receiving the batches, and then you can just have it there. It's just a simple way for people to have a wallet. Yep. Cool. Any other questions? I think I went too fast, but yeah. No? Yeah. All right, so just go to that page if you want to have a batch, and then I'm just gonna be here. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
I'll ask the question. Is there, so even if you're able to self-validate, I guess, are they able to, I guess, how does that work without a source of truth?
Yeah, I mean, this is a challenge that is not specifically for this project, right? And not even this scenario. It's like, what if if I am in this conference, I have been in other conference, and then I know that I speak here, and then that is something that I want to put in my resume, and then I want to show it to my employee, and then the conference disappears, and the webpage disappears, and then I don't have a way to just show that was real, right? Maybe I need to, upload a video or something. So, I mean, that is something that happens, and in the internet, it's really, really common now with these decades that some things just disappear. I think this doesn't provide the final solution, right? At the end, you're gonna download your batches with 3.0, you are gonna certify that at that point of the time, whoever say that was true, it is true, because you can rely on checksums and a lot of different things. So at least the integrity of the document, it is true, right? Of course, an employee is not gonna go there and then build a tool to just check if the batch itself is true, right? So a digital recognition doesn't solve that. I mean, if I get a certification in Linux, but at the end I go to my job and I do a crappy job, I mean, the certification doesn't have really a value, right? So it doesn't solve those problems that are still in the real world, but it has a nice layer for the social features and the decentralization.
blockchain may have a solution, but I'm afraid to say it.
Yeah, no. When I started working in this project, a lot of people, there was one comment is like, oh look, it seems like this is an actual use case for the blockchain for a start. It is true.
Before Bitcoin was popular.
It is true. So people like, oh, I thought that the blockchain was useless, but this seems like it could be a use. It could be something like that, right? Again, in the decentralization, and it's something that I want to go there, is like, if some server receives my badge, validates that, and says that I am whoever I say that I want to be, then there is some trust there, and I want to surface that trust somehow. And that is kind of like what the blockchain does, right? Like there is different people that says, oh, that checksum, that specific block, it is validated and it's self-validated because the previous steps and stuff like that, right? I want to build something like that, but no, I mean, I don't want to use a blockchain, but I think it's something that you can still do in this space.
Yeah. So I had, I can look this up on my own, but like it sounds like Open Badges 3.0 maybe has like a key-based identity, something that's not tied to a URL, so if the domain goes down, you still follow the chain of trust?
Yes.
Or like, yeah.
I haven't looked into that myself like very deeply, but I know that it's self-contained, yes.
So the other thing is, I mean, Open Badges was one of a long line of Mozilla projects that they dropped.
Yes.
Are there any other players that are interested in Open Badges and that are actively contributing to it, or is it completely
well, the W3C, it is more interested in a new standard that is called, I think, verifiable credentials or verifiable social credentials, something like that. Because at the end, Open Badges, I think it is now handled by 1AT or something like that, which is a private company. I'm not sure. But I mean, I have seen that there are other standards that are now competing with Open Badges instead of the industry actually trying to evolve Open Badges. But there is a lot of tooling and a lot of frameworks and a lot of things on Open Badges, so that was my first choice just because the ecosystem was more mature. Yeah. All right. Thank you again. Thank you.
Yeah, that's really slick. I just posted it to LinkedIn.
Oh, cool.
It worked.
Yeah,
Nice.
cool, man. Thank you. The last time that I did this was in the FOSDEM.
Yeah.
There was like 100 people and it didn't crash my server, so today I was very confident. ¿Listo?
The conference?
Yeah. I mean, it's somewhat.
So I mean, it's sort of umbrella term.
Bye, nice. Thank you for coming.
There's a note in.
Está bien. Can I get another one?
Yeah. So it's
Absolutely.
like
Thank you.
a local meetup or something.
Yeah.
Time is it?
Yeah, I'm aware.
11. So I did 30 minutes. Yeah.
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 It's gonna be like food trucks or something?
There's supposedly there's one outside.
Is it Maha?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm mostly interested in like very small world networks.
Yeah.
And just people like giving each other like basically.
What's your name?
I'm Eric.
Eric.
Projector output. Nope. That would help if I tried plugging in that way. Theoretically, it should just.
I know, but
Always good to
Yay.
make sure.
okay, then I don't know how to get it over there. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see.
Oh,
It's
actually,
Hyperland.
Oh, your hyperlink?
Yeah.
I know on Pop Shell you can do like super shift and then arrow keys to move it between monitors, but
Well, that super switches between workspaces.
yeah, it depends on what your keybinds are set up as.
Yeah.
Which I don't think Hyperlink technically has defaults.
It doesn't really. That's part of the problem.
Yeah.
Let me actually.
I
You
think
know
I
what? Let me
saw
go
it
to
come up.
presentation mode.
Hello.
We're good to lock up if you
Okay.
guys are all done.
Cool. I think we're just making sure his thing will work for 3,
just
and
need
then
to
we
figure
can.
it out.
Okay, I'm gonna set it so.
Oh, once we leave, it'll.
Once you leave, you
Sweet.
can come back in.
Awesome.
So make sure you got.
Perfect. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, that's not helpful. Hyperland like changed all their wikis, so they all point to the wrong spot. Like the Google results are like non-existent pages.
Yeah, that's fun.
Just like.
I might still have it in my hyperlink config. Let me look.
Public creations, wiki, place with my values.
Stopped using it once I got Pop Shell working again.
What's Pop Shell?
Are you familiar with System 76?
Mm-mm.
Essentially, it's a Debian distribution that's made for gamers, and
cool.
it's very easy to use. It has same tiling system as like Hyperland or
Yeah.
i3 or whatever, but it's on GNOME.
Okay.
And you can toggle it on and off with like Super Y.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So you can just use it like a regular GNOME
Yeah.
thing.
Exactly.
And then you can go into
Yeah, it's basically just GNOME with tiling.
Right.
Let's see.
There's a program, WL Mirror.
Hyperlink config. I should have keybinds in here. Let me see.
I had to install something last time.
Here is what I use for keybinds.
Yeah, I got that for the workspaces. But
So
the
that's moving
monitors.
focus, move to workspace, move window. Let's here. I can try to find where I put.
I just want to mirror it as a thing.
Oh, you just want to switch to mirror mode.
Yeah, I think that's the simplest. Then I can see what's up there, and then.
Yeah, we do also have this, so you can see that mirrors what's on the projector.
Oh, okay.
So
I have like a whole bunch of I have all my workspaces set up like for the talk.
Mm-hmm.
So I think mirroring will be the simplest
Sure.
thing. There's apparently a program called WL Mirror. This is what happened last time. Is like I couldn't actually last time it didn't work. I had to install like a package to get Wayland to just share my screen. Like
That's
I was
funny.
like,
just like I don't have screen share. Pipewire.
I realized that like a couple days before,
Yeah.
and then I was like, yeah. And this time, and then that was conflicting with something when I did a bunch of upgrades, and then I had to uninstall it, and I was like, oh, maybe
Yeah.
the upgrades will work, maybe not.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get it working next 2 minutes or so, and if not, I might
Yeah, I
have
can keep working out
the
later.
AV help folks.
M-I-R-R-O-R.
Stab at it.
Oh, I already have it. Okay, that's helpful. Ha. So many options. Why are there so many options? Mirror options output. There's so many options. Full screen capture. Full screen output. I don't know how to use WL Mirror, but I have it installed, so that's helpful. WL Mirror. Okay, GitHub. Cool. Mirror and output into a resizable window. Usage. Yeah, that's not helpful. Why are you so complicated? There's a WL present.
Here, let's get you over to
Okay.
233, and we can get you set up over there. Let's see.
I was this guy.
again. Oh right, you're the Hyperland. Yep.
Hyperland guy.
Hyperland.
They're doing.
You figure out the monitor thing?
I think so, but now
Okay.
my way bar just disappeared.
Oh, that's fun.
I know, right?
It might be that your config needs to have it set up for multi-monitor.
I did. I figured out that bit.
Okay. It's just not playing nice.
I don't know. We'll see.
Let's find it.
Oh, it's back.
Cool. All right.
I guess it works.
Oh, that's not a U problem. That's a. There we go.
It's not on. Oh, it is on there. You just can't really see it. Let me move it to the top, so you can actually see it.
Yeah, 'cause the projector is getting a little clipped.
Yeah, it's fine. I can just move it to the top.
I wonder if it's all the way down. Be all the way down.
Way bar.
I don't know how this thing works, so I think that's as far as it's gonna go.
Where is it?
Do you want water or anything?
No, I've got water.
I think I might grab a drink really quick.
Okay.
Are you good for the moment?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be back in about 60 seconds.
Position. Oops. There we go.
No, this is fine. Cool. Thanks. Okay. No signal, that's fine.
I unplugged it.
Okay.
Didn't think I needed to be. I'm checking my text messages, so.
Oh.
Didn't think I needed to be broadcasting that.
Yeah. Probably best not.
Alright, there we go. Let's try it again.
Maybe partially drink water and then left it.
That's not very nice.
A year in Hyperland. Hell yeah. Do you use Arch or Nix,
don't.
or what do you use?
I use Tumbleweed.
Tumbleweed? What's Tumbleweed?
It's OpenSUSE.
Yeah? Okay.
It's a rolling something distro.
Nice.
Rolling release. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah.
Nice.
It's like whenever you go somewhere, they're like, "This is how you do it on Ubuntu. This is how you do it on Arch. This is how you do it on," and I'm just like, "It's never OpenSUSE.
Yeah.
It's never OpenSUSE.
Yeah. What package manager does OpenSUSE use?
It uses Zipper. I know, right?
What? How's the package coverage? Is it pretty?
It's pretty
decent?
awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Nice.
I just installed Hyperland. It was just like Hyperland
Just works.
install.
Sweet.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
that's
interesting.
one of the things that's really good about it is like stuff's really available.
Mm-hmm. I've been sucked into the Nix rabbit hole, so
yeah,
that's been my life. But
Yeah.
I used apt before that with all the Debian forks.
Yep.
Because Pop! OS and Ubuntu and all that. But
Yeah, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago when I was like I got a free laptop, and I'm like, what should I put on it? And I had kind of been burned both ways, either by like stuff that was just like, I think it was Ubuntu, where it was just like all their stuff was so out of date. I'm just like, I can't function on this. And then I went the other way, where it was like all like bleeding edge stuff, and it was like crashing all the time every time I updated stuff. And I'm like, I'd like to be somewhere in the middle. And so that's why I found Tumbleweed, where it's like you just like update everything and it works.
Nice.
And you're up to date. Like it's stable. And
I see you're a Ruby dev.
Yeah.
Nice. I did Ruby on Rails for a while. I like Ruby. A lot of people seem to have opinions about it, but I'm like, it's a nice language. Leave it alone.
I love Ruby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever played with Crystal at all?
No.
I heard about it like 3 years before it went version 1, and it was not usable at the time.
Yeah.
But it has since stabilized, and it's essentially Ruby, but it compiles down to machine code, like a C-type language.
So it's fast.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
That's the idea.
Yeah.
So, and it has different primitives in it. It has like tuples and all sorts of stuff. But
Okay.
the idea is Ruby syntax, but fast.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I mean, luckily none of the stuff I do, like,
Needs
speed is a problem.
Yeah.
Like, mostly it's just, like, web development and, like, running jobs that generate documents and, like...
Something you run in the background and it doesn't really matter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And actually, we're more constrained by memory size than, like, CPU.
Yeah. I did a Discord bot in Ruby, and that was fun. But the SDK for Discord in Ruby was not the most maintained compared to the other Ruby or language bindings. But
Yeah. Yeah, I wish Ruby was more popular than it is.
Yeah. It seems like it fell out of favor for some reason. Hello.
I mean, it was really associated with Rails.
Yeah. I think that's probably what hindered it, is it got so coupled with Rails that people just assume Ruby is Rails.
Right.
But, yeah.
Yeah, I do all my Advent of Code stuff in Ruby,
Mm-hmm.
which is fun. I don't know, I just like it.
Yeah, it's a good language. Unlike JavaScript, which I use, but
Which
I
is
hate every
awful.
moment of it.
It's gotten better, but it's still pretty awful.
Yeah.
I'm like, why is this so complicated?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not doing something complicated,
No.
but why
It should be
are
easy.
you making it
Why
complicated?
do I have to do all this weird, like, prototype stuff or whatever? So,
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Or,
This talk hasn't started.
Not yet.
Okay. I was like, did I miss it?
We're pre-talking.
Okay. I was like, because that slide I made along with looked a lot like an ending slide.
Well, it's my
Oh.
opening and my ending slide, actually.
Oh, I mean, if that works.
It's called copy and paste.
Yeah. Copy and paste is a lot of my job.
Squeaky.
Yeah, 12 minutes.
Okay.
Plenty of time, eh?
It always surprises me when people like come in. I'm like, people want to hear what I have to say.
Nice.
Honestly, Hyperland isn't for everyone. It's me.
It's really not for everybody.
No. But to me, I like it.
Yeah, I
Granted,
like
I
it
use
too.
KDE a lot because I need something to work. That's it.
Have either of you played with QuickShell yet?
QuickShell?
Yeah.
Never actually heard of it.
It's a new one.
I have played with Neri though.
Okay, I think Neri is pretty popular too. QuickShell is, I think, like within less than the last year or so, and I think it might be built on Hyperland. But it's essentially
Kind of like Hyper-DE.
what was it?
Kind of like Hyperland's Hyper-DE then. in a sense.
I'm unfamiliar with Hyper.
Hyper-DE is Valtry's paid doc files.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I haven't played with those. I tried, so I've been using Nix, and I tried Hyperland as the first desktop environment because I couldn't figure out how to get PopShell working on Nix. And eventually I just took another stab after I figured out that Home Manager exists and it can fix a lot of the problems I was having. Now I just have GNOME with GNOME with
PopShell
PopShell on it. And it works the same way that Pop! OS did, and I was like, I just wanted it to work the same way I had it. So.
Have you tried Cosmic yet?
Not yet. I want to try Cosmic and I want to try Quick Shell.
I would at least recommend looking at Cosmic. It's solid.
Yeah. The problem that I had with Cosmic is that it's been in alpha for a while, so I wasn't sure if it was to the point yet where I can daily drive it.
It's doable. It's not. They don't have everything they want in there yet, but it's been pushed to stable.
Yeah. Because I essentially I got Top Shell and the latest GNOME working, so I was like, okay, cool. I don't need to worry about getting it working in time to use it, because I was using it as my daily driver.
Right.
So I can't have this be unstable. But
I mean, GNOME itself is hit and miss with extensions.
yeah. I have been having a recent problem with it, which is why I've been rethinking about switching back to Quick Shell or going to Cosmic DE. But what was that?
Look at Quick Shell.
Yeah, because
sounds interesting.
Yeah, the idea of it is essentially you can do animation files and make it look super pretty.
Oh, that sounds.
Yeah. I'm not good enough to do that, but I'm good enough to find a dot file repo and say copy paste. So.
I used to mess around with Awesome quite a bit, and that I don't know Lua. That's all I need to say.
Yeah.
Because the configuration.
Oh, it was in Lua. Yeah.
I'm just gonna grab someone else's config because I do not have the patience to learn it.
Yeah. I have found that the LLMs are decent at translating things from one language to another.
Right. Well, this was before LLM.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
This was around probably 2014.
Okay. Yeah.
Because Awesome is an X11 measure, so.
Oh, gotcha.
That should give you a time frame.
Gotcha. What's the deal with all the flame wars around Wayland versus X11?
I use whatever I find.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Wayland's been in development for so long, and it's X11 has been stable for so long.
Yeah.
So it's the new kid on the block
Versus
type of
the
thing.
established one, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's why there was flame wars per se, but
yeah,
we're at the point where Wayland is almost completely feature complete, at least to what was functional in X Wayland before, because for a long time you couldn't do remote desktop on a Wayland session, so that's been solved. So there's been,
and it's pretty much standard
there is
right. Most distros have moved to Wayland now because it's a more modern architecture.
I've heard there's still a couple of problems like accessibility or there's something about copying things from one context window to another or something, but
that's hit or miss.
Yeah.
It sometimes works.
Yeah.
If you're interested in figuring out where some of the flavor would come from, I would recommend looking up the X security. It's worse than it looks. Talk from a while ago about from the Chaos Communication Congress, I think.
Okay.
This was years ago. It was given in. The guy was just looking at the source code and trying to find all the entry points where security holes are. And he's found some 30-something-year-old bugs that were actual security issues.
Speaking of flame wars, middle mouse button paste and not being able to disable it, I'm still angry about that one. But that's
I
just
use
me.
it all the time.
Yeah. Well, the problem is I have a mouse that has a crappy middle mouse button.
Oh,
so it likes to
you can't
randomly
turn it
press
off.
it, and it's like, oh, right, I just copied something from my password manager. Oops. So
Wow. You
that
can't
one,
disable it in Wayland or in...
I think X11 it's enabled, and there's literally not a setting to disable it.
Wow.
You have to do some hacky xclip scripts to stop
Yeah.
it. So
Weird.
which then breaks tabs in Firefox. Anyway,
Yay.
just Linux things.
Yeah. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
I think it's a double home. It's on. I think it's on the other side.
So if you're curious, this is the
Got a few
specific
minutes.
code.
I'll sit down.
Oh, okay.
It's from 30CK.
Cool.
Just in case you're curious. I found that. What's this course? Holy!
Welcome to my talk on hyperlink.
Yeah, go for it.
We do have the same name, so that's fun.
Are you
Both
Josh?
Josh. Yeah.
Awesome.
You got the right shirt.
Yeah.
I just want to sit down for a minute.
Just don't go on away missions.
Just keep it, even just use me, Josh, you, like, when you say rails, you mean like rails?
Yeah. I could change that. It's not clear.
No, just like,
What kind of developer?
You could
Rails?
be a,
Okay. All right, I'll put it in.
You know, builder.
Ruby on Rails.
Completely different rail.
Ruby. Oh, I have to make my thing bigger.
Boom.
Oops. There we go. It won't be on the last slide though. That's how I intended it to be.
It would never work.
Anybody else want changes?
Just group.
Yeah.
Can we get some more margin between the hyperlink drop and the corners of the page?
You know, I think the bottom, it's not really lined up on the bottom.
Yeah.
That's kind of bothering me.
Is it just me or is the left margin bigger than the right margin?
No, you're not the only one.
No, because the thing is, that's actually an image on the right.
Okay.
And so
Ah.
it's hard to center things.
Fair.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually like a screenshot of their logo. This is my son helped me design the slide. He's like, you should make it, because the original version just had it like in black, and he's like, it should be colorful like their logo. And I was like, yeah, it should.
He's on to something.
Yeah, so these slides are available at the tinyURL logo, or URL if you want. And then my dot files are at the bottom.
I have to check out the dog files.
They're not really exciting.
No, but something to read on.
But something to start.
Yeah. And
There's
customize.
There's some fun things in there. I mean, it's just stuff I've accumulated over the years.
It's more so I can hear what some of what I can do.
Yeah.
Just base it off of basically. Kind of like what they did with i3.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if this is gonna be later in more of the presentation, but it's like when I heard like you need to really customize hyperlink and like you might have to like delve into some C++ maybe like widgets and such stuff.
No, it's I'll get into it.
Okay.
But you don't have to go into C++. Yeah. I mean,
They should
unless
not
you
go
want to.
They should not have to go to Luma.
You can if you want to.
That was nice.
It is, but if you don't know, it's very awesome.
That's so nice. It's a
If you have the
Should I go
patience.
for it?
2 more minutes.
Okay.
We try to wait
You know,
to
yeah,
the
programming language, it's super nice.
start time.
What's my passion is about it?
It's nicer than Bash.
Dude, really?
The if statements in are if, the condition,
Okay.
then, and, if, then, and.
I'll have to check that out. Thanks, man. Because I thought it was more complicated than it is.
You like Ruby on Rails?
I do.
Who doesn't like Ruby on Rails? It's great.
It is?
Yeah. I say that unironically. I did Ruby on Rails development for a while. So.
That's just as
Yeah, Ruby is a great language to work with.
It's really pleasant.
Yeah.
It's just.
It's not the fastest, but like developer experience and good enough, like it does great.
So pleasant. Whenever I have to use different programming language, I'm just like.
You're just like, well, especially when you start trying to iterate over like new rules or whatever, and like, why does this language not have this built into the language itself? Come on.
Yeah, everything's an object in Ruby, so you can do like a lot of introspection and be like, what class are you? And like, just do like, you can do like 2.times, and then you can just do a loop. Like you can call the times method on the number 2, and then just do a loop. Yeah.
Feeling ready?
Yep.
Let's do this.
All right. Hi.
Hello.
I'm Josh Shupak. I'm talking about Hyperland. I'm sure you all figured that out by now. I'll say it again. The first URL is a link to these slides, and the second URL is a link to my dot files on GitHub. And I'll show these again at the end, too. So just an overview, quick about me, talk what Hyperland is, why I like it. how I use it and some pitfalls to avoid, and then I'll have room for questions. And feel free to interrupt me at any point. I like that. It makes me know that you're paying attention. I've been a freelance web developer since 2005. I mainly use Ruby on Rails. See that it's red? I love Ruby. Ask me about Ruby. I've been almost exclusively using Linux for the last 4 years, and these are some fun things I like to do. Distributed web, advent of code, ham radio, etc. And about a year ago, I installed Hyperland, and I've been using it regularly since then, once I got it working. Survey time. How many people have used a tiling window manager? Okay, everybody. Sweet. How many people have used Hyperland? Okay, now we have some new stuff. Anybody still using it currently? Okay, I got one Hyperland guy. Cool. I feel like I had another question, but I forgot what it was. What is Hyperland? You guys all know it's a tiling window manager. It uses Wayland. Does anybody need any more explanations about that? Yeah. Tiling looks like this. Stacking looks like that. You get it. So before we dive into things, it's all about your dot files. Raise your hand. This was my other question. If you have a way that you actively back up your dot files. 2 people. That's bad. There are so many ways to back up your dot files. Here is a non-exclusive list. I'm currently using yet another dot files manager, which I really like. I can talk more about that later if we have time. But it's basically just makes a Git repo out of your home directory, and then you can just and then you can add files to it and be like, I want this config file tracked, and then you can send it back to GitHub or wherever you want to store it. And then when you go somewhere else, you can just download it, and it's awesome. And you can encrypt stuff too if you don't want my email address is in there, and so I just encrypted it. And also you can you're using Git, so you can see and revert changes. So you're you make a change and you're like, oh, it worked better before. What was it? Yes, the best one is the one that you actually use. Make it happen. Okay. So Hyperland is only currently supported officially on Arch and Nix. I run it on OpenSUSE Tumbleweed, and I have not had any issues except when I tried to update it without updating all of its dependencies, and then my computer wouldn't boot. So don't do that. There's a list of unofficially supported distros like Fedora, Debian, Ubuntu, etc. And you can check it out on their website. Just know, at least at this moment in time, they changed their wiki URL, and so all of the Google links don't work. I'm sure that'll get resolved at some point, but just go to the Hyperland website and search from there, because they kind of broke Google. All right, why I like it. It is very customizable. It's basically like a blank slate, and you make it do what you want to do. It is not opinionated, so it's not really a desktop environment. It's kind of a collection of tools. So you've got Hyperland and Hyperlock and Hyperpaper and the Waybar. So you kind of pick your tools and put them together, and then you tell it what you want to run when it starts. So I like that. I don't like. I used to be a Mac guy, and I like Mac just told me what I should do, and I like that. But then I don't anymore. I like to be told what to do, and I just get annoyed when things pop up, and I'm like, I just want it to do what I want it to do and nothing else. So, and it's also designed to be controlled by the keyboard, which I like. Also, I used to be a Mac guy, and that was all mouse-driven everything. It was really hard to use a Mac without a mouse. But I've embraced the keyboard. It encourages you to use workspaces. That's what I found using it, and I really like. Most desktop environments have workspaces, but I find that few people actually use them. But I've been using them and enjoying it, and it's fairly easy to configure if you're fine editing text files. So that's a big if. But you guys have all used tiling window managers, so I think you can manage. And it loads config changes automatically which is really fun, I think. I'll show that later. Okay, any questions? Okay, demo time. So the way I use it, I have generally 4 workspaces. I've got Firefox, which is kind of my personal browser, and then I've got Chrome for work in browser 2, in workspace 2. Workspace 3, I've got, actually that shouldn't be there. Go away. I've got the command line on the left and Vim on the right for editing, and then this one I've got the server running. So that's how I normally have it configured when I work. What else? Ooh, don't do that. Dynamic tiling. So this is a thing that's different in different, let's go to this one. Different tiling window managers. This one's dynamic, so if I open a new window, it puts it where it wants it to go, and you can configure the algorithm it's using basically and tell it how you want it to work. Yeah. On a small screen, whoops. No, go away. And then when you close it, it goes back. Yeah. Let's see what else I got. Config changes. So if we go back here, we can edit my config file. That's not what I want. This is my config file. Okay, so we can change the border size to 20. And then as soon as I save the file, boom, which is really cool. I think it's cool, at least. And I'll put it back, and it'll go back. Great. Okay. And then this one is fun. So, 2 things. So this actually I really like doing is if you right click on it and then you say move to a new window, it just splits it in half. So you've got, it just does that. You can, if you do super key and right click, you can change the relative sizes of them, which is pretty cool. And then the other thing to notice is focus follows mouse, and a lot of these things are configurable, so you can tell like the background's changing a little bit. So the one that my mouse is over is in focus, and also I can change focus with the keyboard, going left and right, and then the mouse actually will follow the focus. Yeah. Okay. And then once I close this one, it goes back to full screen. And then the other thing that is fun, this is the waybar. I don't know if you can see it in the top right. It's really configurable. And one thing I did, which was fun, is these 3 dots right there. That's my screen brightness in Braille. So, yeah. Except it's not working. Huh? I don't know. It probably won't let me do it because it's plugged into the monitor or something. But it was really easy to set up in the Wayland config, and you just make a list of all the icons you want, and I use Braille for fun. All right. Any questions on that?
Got a general hyperlink question.
Yes.
The window border size, is that in pixels?
I don't know. That's a good question. It's in numbers.
Hey, that works.
Yeah.
I just interact with video games that want a full screen.
Yeah, so this is full screen. So like, this works just normally. Like I hit slideshow and it just goes full screen. So that works fine. And the other way I can do it is I have a keyboard shortcut to put that, like to tell the browser I'm going full screen. So it goes either way. I think early on there were some issues with that, but it seems to be working. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. All right. Things I don't like about it. This is the default mouse cursor, which is awful. Why? Why? I think the reason is because they want you to change it. Like that's my like generous thing that I'm gonna say. I just don't understand it. Like, just give me a cursor. I don't have to go into the config files to get a cursor. Like that just looks like a mouse pointer. It is barely usable without customization. So like when you start off, you just have a blank screen. The way bar will be there. I think it should be there by default, but like I can right click, I can left click, nothing happens. Like it's just like, what? Like, where did I go?
Depending on the distro, if you want to get way bar.
Yeah, you might not even have a way bar, which is just like a blank screen.
Cache starts with Kitty and Hyperland.
If you have Kitty installed,
No,
it should.
Cache, that's all it installs.
Yeah. Yeah. So like when you start off, you're just like, how do I log out? You know, like you're like, what do I do? So like it took me like multiple times of hard shutting down my computer until I got the hang of it. Yeah.
You have to like switch to a TTY.
You can, yeah. The best thing is to just like look at your config file before you turn it on, so you know like how to use it. Because once you turn it on, you're kind of like, what do I do? Yeah. So. What's that?
I said
you can switch to TTY and look at your config file and do that, but like in the moment you're just like, yeah.
How does it work with a display manager?
I don't understand your question.
Login screens.
Oh, login screens? Yeah, it works. I have it set up that it just boots into Hyperland by default, but you can have it set up where it just goes to a login screen and then you just pick it from the menu. That hasn't been an issue. Yeah, except when I crashed it and then it booted directly into it and then my computer was just like, yeah. So yeah, this is like, that's just, yeah, it's barely usable. Sometimes it's hard to do complicated things. There are, like, you can have floating windows and you can, it used to be where, like, if there was a dialogue that popped up and you were in full screen mode, it, like, just wouldn't show you the dialogue. And you're like, that's not helpful. But they seem to have fixed that. And yeah, if you've got a bunch of windows and not a lot of space, it is kind of tricky. So it's not great. For me, like when I'm working, I'm just kind of like, I'm focused on one thing at a time, and that's usually not a problem for what I'm doing, but it's definitely not for everybody. This happened today. Mirroring your screen is non-trivial. I had to edit the config file to mirror my screen, which is ridiculous. Some of these things are teething issues where it's still pretty, but like Wayland's still pretty new and Hyperland's still pretty new, and these things will get ironed out over time. So it's a little bit of, you're on the edge of things. The other thing, and I don't know if this is a Wayland thing, it's probably mostly I haven't spent enough time Googling it, but I can't, if I'm in KDE or GNOME, I can just, there's like a pop-up and I can be like, set my max battery charge to 55%, and I haven't figured out how to do that in Hyperland/Wayland yet.
I think it's a backend thing. You have to do it with command line.
I tried lots of Google things and nothing worked yet. So it's not like, but you don't get like the pop-up little GUI and you can just click the thing. Like that's not what Hyperland does. Yeah.
What's the performance of Hyperland like?
It's good. Yeah, it's pretty lightweight and smooth. I mean, I don't like animations, but you can do that, and you can have like borders that move, and like there's all sorts of stuff you can do. But it's been very responsive.
Like the battery life.
Oh, I don't know. I'd imagine it's pretty good because it doesn't do much, but I haven't noticed a difference either way. Haven't really paid attention to it. Yeah. Did you have a question? No. Okay.
I take it overcharging your battery is a bad thing to do.
It's supposed. I mean, that's my understanding of lithium-ion batteries is it's less important how often you charge them, and more important like where it sits. So if you like leave it charged at 100%, especially if it's hot, it's not good for it. And if you discharge it all the way, it's not good for it. So like 40 to 60% is supposed to be ideal. Yeah, and now like a lot of devices let you do that, which is cool.
So you probably need to find the tool that allows you to, because it works with your firmware to do it. So Hyperland again doesn't come with any batteries included, where you can even just go look at what KDE and GNOME are using possibly as the tool to actually interact with the firmware.
Yeah, no, I'm sure there's some way to do it, But like I just, I spent like 15 minutes on Google and it didn't. Like normally I spend 15 minutes on Google and I'll figure it out. But like this one, like maybe I spent 20 minutes on Google and it's like, I don't know. Yeah.
ACPI and TLP.
Okay.
That's all you need. Two packages. ACPI comes in.
I think I have
just
it.
gotta grab TLP real quick. It'll enter figs right into ACPI and you can just set those profiles
Okay.
right there.
I'll talk to you afterwards. That's why I put this in the slide because I figured somebody would know how to fix it. Okay, pitfalls to avoid. Make sure you install the entire package. So like Hyperland is a program, but it's really like a constellation or like an ecosystem of programs, and like they all kind of want to play together. So you should be able to just install it as a package and not. And they strongly recommend you don't just install all the pieces together. Like just do it all together. Like I said before, I got my computer not booting because I updated one thing without updating something else, and they wouldn't talk to each other. Yeah, and these things I kind of mentioned before. Know how to edit files and exit Hyperland before you open it for the first time, because it's not easy. It's not non-trivial. It's helpful to have another computer handy for research, like while you're using it, in case you can't get the browser working. And config formats will change. So, like it's currently version 0.54, which tells you it's like under active development, and it is. So like when you upgrade it, sometimes your config file will no longer be valid. But the cool thing is like they'll put there's like a little note that comes on the top that's like line 17 and doesn't work anymore, and then you Google it and it's really easy to change. But it's something to be aware of. The other thing is they have a list of apps and utilities and plugins on their websites. Those are both links if you get the slides. And like I in the config file that I had, it was starting up Hyper Sunset, which like makes your screen less blue at night. But I didn't actually have it installed, and so just kind of look through those lists and make sure you have all the bits that you want on your system. And there's some cool plugins. They make it work like other systems and that kind of thing. And then this one I'm going to show you guys because it annoys me. If I go like this, yes, okay, and I open up this file in Chrome. Where did it go? It's over here. Yeah. Did everyone follow that? Yeah. Okay.
Talked about the transparency yet?
No.
It's really cool.
Okay.
The non-active windows have transparency on them.
Yes, I did mention that.
Okay.
You can see you can see the background behind the non-active window. Yeah. When I switch it over there. Big changes. Yeah. But yeah, so I tried to open this file with a program that was already open in a different workspace, and it just like
it doesn't bring it to the front.
It doesn't do anything. And I only have one monitor set up right now, so yeah, just something to be aware of. But it annoys me and confuses me. I think that's it. Boom. Any questions? Yeah.
So how you said you have a configuration file? Do you like is there like a scripting language you use to configure it or something, or?
I can show you the config files. That's here. So it's whatever there. I don't know if there's like a name for the language, but it's pretty straightforward. Yeah, you just set stuff. There's a bunch of different files. There's some like env variables. I'll show you the key bindings one. Let's see, where is it? Key bindings. Oops. So this is like the key bindings. So you just say, you bind. Main mod is like the super key. Then you can set it to whatever you want it to be, and then so when I hit super N, then it runs hyper control. I think it turns super M. Oh, that's the logout, I think. Is it? I think that's what it is. And then super N, turns off. Oh, this one turns on and off my touchpad. That's what M and Shift M and M turn off and on my touchpad, because sometimes the touchpad is annoying. Yeah. So that's like the key bindings. They're all pretty straightforward. It's not like a full-on programming language or anything. Yeah.
So is your password people don't know how to use your Hyperland experience?
For my kids, yeah. I mean, like, right? Like you boot it up, and it's that, and you're like, now what? I mean, if you know what you're doing, it's not an issue.
Did you install any particular launcher or?
Oh yeah, I've got this one. I don't know which one it is. It was whatever standard one. That one lets you. That's a pretty straightforward thing. Huh?
I know what that one is, but I forget the name of it.
I don't remember what it's called either. The other thing that I do like is I have this one. Nope, that one. Why are you not working? That one.
What's the keybind again?
Hey.
It's a security method. It's pretty good. It's like stick shift. Like nobody can steal stick shift cards anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I do have like full disk encryption, so.
But the other thing is everyone's Hyperland keybinds are completely different.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Mine is mod R to bring
So
the
is mine.
application on.
So is mine. No, it's actually really funny. Like you see people posting like Hyperland like shortcuts, and I was like, that's a joke because it's just a file, and like whatever you put in there, that's what your shortcuts are. Like like maybe there are some conventions. Like I use Super T for like the terminal, but like this is a clipboard manager. I forget what it's called, but these are important. You should have one.
Non-trivial.
Non-trivial. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was one word or two.
Could say this is a stick shift in a crate with this encryption.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the kind of philosophy behind it is like you're in charge of how your computer works. You have to take responsibility for that, and like I think it's really helpful to look at other people's config files and like take the bits that you like from them, and then make your own, make what works for you, like what makes sense. And sometimes I'll put stuff in there and then I'll forget that I did that, and then I'll look through it and I was like, oh right, I have that thing that I made that I wanted to use that I never use. So even just having it for yourself is helpful.
Sounds really neat.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. Yeah. Feel free to get my email if you want to connect later. There's the links again for my dot files and Hyperland. Yeah.
Yeah, so TOP is just a command line utility, right? So
Alright.
you're gonna have to replace if you have.
I have ACPI, I think.
Yeah, that's in the Linux.
Yeah, okay.
ACPI. So.
ACPI.
Really? I like underscore call?
But if you have is your computer running exclusively Hyperland, or do you have?
I have other ones.
Okay, so that's going to be your issue. Is that what you have? Is you have power profiles, possibly running on GNOME or something else, and that links into the
KDE,
firmware, and that conflicts with TOP. Now, TOP is really the only way to do it in Hyperland because it's separated from the desktop environment.
Okay.
So.
TLP?
Yeah.
Do I have to install that?
It conflicts with power profiles. So if you have multiple desktop environments on
Yeah.
your computer,
Yeah.
there's really not a good way to do this unless you're running Hyperland in a virtual machine. But if they share resources in any way, you're going to have a conflict between TOP and power profiles. Those power profiles are like balanced and power saving and performance.
Right.
TOP is the same thing except for it's hyper configurable, like Hyperland itself is. So
Right.
you can use TOP to
So when I'm in KDE, I can set like max and min charge levels.
I understand.
But that's through power profiles. Okay.
Yes.
You
There are
should
two
be
different
able to
software
take-
packages, and
Thank you very
unfortunately,
much. Thanks.
Hyperland doesn't package that. The batteries aren't included.
Right.
You have to use TLP. So
Okay, but I
either-
can install TLP.
Unfortunately, you either have to go all in on Hyperland, or you have to be okay with not not having.
I mean,
that
honestly, the
during
only
hyperlink.
reason I boot into KDI is or KDE is to like change my power profile.
So you should be able to just remove power.
So I have to
profiles.
remove power profiles.
They
You should be
conflict
able
with each
to.
other, yes.
Okay, and then the KDE thing won't be able to edit. I don't mind if I have to type in a command prompt to change
Yeah,
my battery.
And TLP is all configuration files like Hyperland
Right.
is, right?
You
It's-
just enable
it's
the service.
infinitely configurable, and that's part of the reason why most package maintainers don't distribute TLPs,
Right.
just because it's like
too much.
it's the Hyperland of power profiles,
Right.
right? You're like, oh, it's Sunday afternoon after 3 p.m., so I want you to charge my laptop all the way for my day that's running, but under normal circumstances, I don't want you to charge past 40%.
Yeah.
It
Or whatever
really
it is
is
you have.
nice.
It's infinitely configurable.
Cool.
So
Okay.
TLP should be a package you can search for. and
Yeah,
get
it said sudo zipper install TLP.
There you go. And it's nice. You just need to